Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, aquí vamos a estar analizando, por supuesto, que todos nuestros precios. Vamos a ver cómo está Bitcoin. Vamos a ver a dónde entrarle efectivamente en este mercado, ver qué oportunidades de trading hay. Este ha sido el mejor mes de trading de toda mi vida y solamente quiero estar agradecido por todos ustedes, con todos ustedes, por haberme acompañado todo este camino, a haber llegado acá y también a los maestros mismos, al gran Alex y al gran Farhan, por este delicioso regalo que me han dado de poder entender un poco más de las tablas. Así que lo aprecio y ahorita vamos a platicar de todo ello y le vamos a dar con todo. Pero antes tengo que advertirles una cosa. Este tío Salo que están viendo el día de hoy no es el mismo que habían visto la semana pasada. Y no entiendo por qué, no sé cómo explicarlo, no sé qué decir. Es más allá del bronceado y del mal peinado, que es recién despertado como siempre. Hay cosas que se quedan, pero definitivamente este es otro tío Salva. Así que, tengo que decirles, va a haber cambios en el canal, va a haber muchos cambios en el canal, vamos a estar cambiando un par de cosas, pero eso da igual, lo vamos a poner todo enfrente de la mesa, por supuesto, para todos ustedes. Vamos a empezar con esto, damas y caballeros. Datos económicos tan importantes que nos mantienen a todos en nuestro teléfono y nos tienen a todos preocupados. Esta semana va a hablar Jerome Powell de la inflación y como saben, la semana pasada tuvimos los datos de PPI, los datos del productor de inflación que espantaron a mucha gente, pero antes tuvimos el CPI que nos había dicho lo contrario y todo el mundo está muy nervioso. Les voy a decir esto, carnales, nada de esta telenovela que les están contando es real. Nada de esto importa. Absolutamente nada de esto importa. Nada de lo que te vaya a decir Jerome Powell te va a ayudar a hacer un trade. Se los juro por mi vida y esto se los digo viniendo del mejor mes, que solamente estamos a 18 de trading de mi vida. No tiene nada que ver con lo que dice Jerome Powell, no tiene nada que ver con lo que dice, y aunque digan, pero es que güey, ese día hay volatilidad. Sí, pero no importa lo que digan, no sabes para dónde se va a mover. Lo que te dice no te ayuda para nada. Y lo único que están haciendo es hacerte preocuparte de todas estas tonterías. Más allá de eso, también es muy impresionante cómo todos caemos, y esto es lo que quiero que se liberen de todo esto, porque hay mucha gente que no lo comprende, tiene una visión muy limitada de la realidad, y es triste. Es triste tenerlos y verlos tan preocupados y dándote esto. Y se ve como, es como un chiste que se cuenta solo. ¿Ok? Y el chiste que se cuenta solo es, nos dan datos que creemos y sabemos. En realidad, los que los saben dentro de ustedes, saben que son falsos todos los datos que nos dan. ¿No? Ya sea de empleo, ya sea de inflación, todos. Pero por alguna razón tienen a todo el mundo picado de, no es que el PPI vino caliente, no es que el CPI vino tranquilo, no, pero es que esto pasó. Esas personas que están yendo de arriba para abajo, que la inflación te ponen, y esto soy culpable de ello también, sobre todo en el pasado, no tanto recientemente, es el pendejo tío Salo que acabamos de dejar y ahora este nuevo que nos acaba de traer el, no sé quién vergas lo haya traído. Les tengo que decir, ese es una manera muy pendeja. Es una de las maneras más pendejas de poder ver el mercado, analizar todo y para querer hacer dinero. La preocupación de qué nos va a decir Jerome Powell, esta telenovela que no existía antes para hacer. Lo único que importa es política monetaria. Ves que los intereses reales bajan. Chido, güey, dinero está barato. ¿Y qué crees que vas a hacer? Endeudarte con ese dinero barato. El dinero está caro. ¿Qué vas a hacer? No endeudarte con ese dinero caro y no meterte en esos problemas. Es todo lo que tienes que saber. Más allá de esto, yo sé que todo el mundo tiene que ponerse su trajecito y poderles contar todas las estupideces que porque tuvieron que pagar una educación, ¿no? Entonces, como la pagaron, tienen que les tengo que forzar a decir esto, tengo que disecar muy bien, el PPI vino más caliente que el CPI, que vino más caliente. Toda esta gente está confundida. Toda esta gente vive una telenovela muy estúpida intentando pasarles miedo a ustedes. No tienen de qué preocuparse con esto. Si el dinero te está causando una preocupación, voy a empezar con esto antes de ir a si me equivoqué con la inflación o no, que por cierto, yo nunca me equivoco. Que si esto te está causando ansiedad y angustia, que debería de, es el trabajo de hacer esto, apágalo. Apaga la televisión, apaga tu youtuber favorito, incluyéndome a mí, no necesito las vistas, se aprecia. Quítate esa ansiedad de encima y esta estupidez que todo el mundo está haciendo. Si de verdad esto funcionara para hacer a la gente rica y que más hicieras más dinero, etcétera, con todas estas noticias tan pendejas, todos ustedes, incluyéndome a mí, seríamos architrillonarios porque las vemos diario. Bueno, yo no, pero las veía a diario. Y no lo somos, porque nada de esto es real. Es la manera de poder angustiarte lo más posible para que tomes las peores decisiones posibles y te equivoques y el casino siempre gana. Este es un casino mucho más sofisticado y avanzado del que todos has podido entrar en toda tu vida, porque ni siquiera te das cuenta que estás en el casino y cuál es la casa. Y todo el mundo acá, no, es que el PPI, y tenemos que analizar esto, y viene la inflación, y viene el otro, y viene el todo. Sal a la calle y pregúntate, estoy viendo que las clases G de Mercedes valen $400,000 como valían en el 2021 o valen $150,000 como valen en el 2025. Valen $150,000. ¿Eso suena inflacionario? No. Las casas ya dejaron de subir de precio y se están manteniendo tal cual en las zonas chidas, y en las zonas no chidas han bajado un chingo. ¿Eso le suena a alguien como que la inflación está regresando? No, ok, no lo está. Habrá precios de cosas baratas que suban simplemente por ajustes. Y es muy importante entender esto sencillamente, ¿ok? No me interesan las noticias, solamente quiero que vean la realidad. Si cuando tuvimos el efecto inflacionario que llevó una clase G de Mercedes a valer de $150,000 de $180,000 a $400,000, y eso hizo que todas las empresas se beneficiaran porque pudieron hacer más dinero, porque una vez más, incluyéndome a mí mismo, todos nosotros los ignorantes que hablamos de todas estas estupideces todos los días, les dijimos que esto era causa de las empresas, la cadena de suministro, las empresas que son súper codiciosas y avaricia, está causando todo esto y la chingada, ¿no? Todo eso que les dijimos. La realidad es, les dieron un chingo de dinero a todos ustedes, a todos nosotros, ¿y qué creen? Reducieron el costo del dinero al mismo tiempo que nos lo dieron. ¿Qué creen que iba a pasar? Todos somos pendejos y fuimos y nos gastamos nuestro dinero, pero queríamos gastarlo ya. Porque además, güey, estoy sentado en casa y necesito que la gente vea qué chido me la estoy pasando en Instagram. Y vean qué chido de cosas que me pude comprar porque ahora soy rico. Porque pude meterme en una deuda gigantesca y ahora tengo que hacer esos pagos. ¿Y saben qué? Ahora esa deuda expiró y ahora tengo que volverme a endeudar y ahora esta deuda va a costar más, verga. Pero bueno, es lo que fue. Y ahora eso benefició muchísimo a las empresas. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente te subieron los precios porque tú querías comprar lo mismo que Raulito te presumió en su puto Instagram y por ende todo subió. Porque más dinero para todos nosotros los tontos, más vamos a gastar nosotros todos los tontos. En este momento lo que están haciendo es manteniendo todo el gasto con crédito. Les están dando a todos los tontos préstamos de dinero más caros y todos tienen que comérselo entero porque es la forma en la que saben vivir y está bien. Pero ahora, ¿qué pasa? Ha pasado tanto tiempo que el consumidor ya se dañó. Está dañado, tíos. No hay dinero. ¿Cuánto? No. Una vez más, olvídate de todas las estupideces que te digo. No platicas con tus amigos, con la gente y todo el mundo es de, güey, el precio de la vida está cabrón, güey. Está cariñoso este pedo y no como los ositos. No, los ositos cariñositos, para los que no saben. Verga lo viejo que estoy con los ositos cariñositos. Salgan y pregunten y platiquen con todos sus amigos. Es el mejor estudio económico que existe. Y cuando estén platicando con ellos, vean, están preocupados por dinero, están preocupados por la deuda, se quieren comprar algo que no les alcanza, están todos sufriendo porque quieren algo que no les alcanza que no les quita de comer y no les quita nada. Sí, todos están en este pedo. Eso, damas y caballeros, es un consumidor dañado. Cuando tienes un consumidor que no tiene dinero, no puedes subir los precios. No nada más no puedes subir los precios, tienes que empezar a bajarlos. Porque naturalmente ya no te van a dar tanto crédito porque hay cierto riesgo que los bancos están dispuestos a tomar. Pero también lo que quieren hacer y lo que están haciendo lo más posible es vender el producto más cabrón que se vende en Estados Unidos. Y esa es la deuda para todos ustedes, para poder mantenerlos absolutamente en la mierda todos. Es el mejor producto que venden. Si vas a una agencia de coches, fuimos a comprar un coche para mi suegra. Y cuando vamos a comprar el coche para mi suegra, llegamos y mi suegra dice, hey, esto es lo primero que hizo, pero también entiendan de dónde viene. Lo primero que dice es anunciar que, lo primero que hizo es anunciar que iba a pagar el coche con cash. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa instantáneamente? Le dicen, no, mejor cómprate algo con un crédito, te puedes comprar algo más grande. Es de, no, no quiero eso. Bueno, te podemos dar esto. ¿Para qué pones todo el dinero cuando puedes hacer que tu dinero trabaje y te damos esto? ¿Por qué? Porque la agencia ya no hace dinero vendiendo los coches, hace el dinero vendiéndote la deuda. Y ellos se llevan 1, 2 puntos por encima, 2%, 1% del precio que pagaste en el coche, que eso pues bueno para ellos, pero ellos se llevan esto hasta que acabes de pagar el coche o esa deuda sea consumada después de que cambies otro coche y tengas que cargar más deuda y alguien más financie esa deuda. Eso es lo que están vendiendo a todos y es lo que están intentando inyectar a todos y esto es lo que están haciendo y esto es lo que va a hacer que a fin de cuentas todo esto reviente, ¿ok? Y la razón por la que digo esto, solamente para acabarlo rápido, es, me estoy equivocando de la inflación, para empezar, no sé, no tengo idea. Yo simplemente estoy viendo la realidad, dejé de ver a mi tío Jerome Powell con sus números estúpidos, se los cuento y se los canto de vuelta. No sé por qué, honestamente, me duele en los huevos, soy un estúpido, todavía no puedo aceptar la realidad o tal vez, espéreme, tal vez le puedo echar la culpa a Alejandro del pasado, pero no a este. ¿Ven lo que estoy haciendo? ¿Ven lo que estoy haciendo? Donde literalmente les tenía que contar todas las estupideces que nos cuentan. Entonces, no los quiero preocupar de nada, carnales. Quiero que estén bien. No quiero que estén muertos de ansiedad por algo que no pueden pagar, por algo que no les alcanza, que no necesitan. No quiero que tengan eso. Quiero que entiendan que vivir cómodos es lo mejor que pueden hacer. No necesitas más de ello para entender esa comodidad y poder crecer desde ahí. Por supuesto que no te estoy diciendo quédate estancado, padre. Pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo es un consumidor dañado, un consumidor frustrado, una gran cantidad de gente odiándose y no apoyándose una a otra como lo hacíamos antes, gente peleada entre familia por todas las políticas estúpidas que existen en todos los países, donde apoyas a un partido, al otro, a tres partidos, a lo que sea, y entre todos peleándose. Y esto no permite tener apoyo humano de comunidad entre todos nosotros para poder salir de este lugar tan oscuro en el que está la gran mayoría de personas, que yo no quiero que jamás ustedes estén ahí. Si están ahí, necesitas salir instantáneamente. Ahora, tranquilo, esto no te debe dar ansiedad, simplemente entender que puedes, ¿ok? Y con esto, entendiendo que el consumidor está dañado, solamente quiero acabar con esto. Si vimos el efecto inflación y eso hizo que los resultados de las empresas crecieron y eso nos llevó al bull market más grande de toda la historia, eventualmente, y todo el mundo quiere que le ponga fecha como si fuera el profeta, ¿no? El rey Salomón ese que, pinche, súper listo. La versión más paqueta y chaqueta del mundo es esta, ¿ok? Tranquilos. Lo único que les digo es, eventualmente, cuando sea que empiece a pegar, los resultados de las empresas van a ser pésimos. Y eso causa lo contrario a lo que vieron antes. Y eso causa, no quiero que tengan pánico de esto, quiero que lo vean como una gran oportunidad para poder aprovechar dependiendo de la situación en la que estén. Eso es todo. Eso es todo. Dejen de ver todas estas estupideces. Este viernes va a hablar Jerome Powell de no sé qué. Chido, ¿saben qué estoy viendo? La tabla. Quiero ver que haya un extremo de precio y quiero que Capo me diga, voy a ir para, el precio va a bajar más. Y cuando Capo me diga eso, sin tener que ver la puta tabla, voy a comprar para irme en contra de él. Eso es literalmente así de fácil. Y este ha sido el mejor mes de trading de toda mi puta vida y quiero que encuentren esta paz, esta claridad, porque una vez que encuentras esta claridad, entiendes que no es esto, no es esto, es esto lo que te está, no lo pueden ver, pero me estoy tocando el corazón, lo que te está diciendo dónde estás bien y estás mal. No nada más, no tu estómago, no tu cabeza, tu corazón te lo dice, pero no puedes escucharlo, cabrón. No puedes porque tienes todo este ruido encima. Deja de ver a tus pacos favoritos. Deja de ver noticias del colapso del dólar, del colapso de Europa, del colapso de la guerra, de no sé qué. No hay nada que puedas hacer de todas maneras. Nada. Disfruta tu vida. Quiere a todos, a los que estén emputados porque, güey, tú le vas a Trump y no sé qué. Entiende que no entienden el problema que tienen y tú tienes que ser la mejor persona porque es por tu bien de todas maneras y a fin de cuentas esto te va a ayudar bastante a que pues tienes que ayudarlos. Si a un güey que es retrasado mental, no, que venga el güey que diga, oye, eres un cara de papa, te vas a enojar. No, lo ves hasta como de, güey, te cagas de risa. Ayer vi una señora, fui a In-N-Out antes de irme a la playa, delicioso, a reventarnos unas hamburguesas, mi mujer y yo en la playa. Y en lo que estaba entrando, había una señora que me hizo así porque traía mi Cybertruck. Güey, me cagué de la risa, pobrecita. Imagínate tener que repetir lo que te dice CNN y estás viviendo como o eres simplemente un robot ya programado que está haciendo esto que no tiene nada más allá. No puedes enojarte con ellos. Por tu bien haz esto, ¿ok? Por tu bien. Y entiende que todas estas estupideces que estás viendo diario, económicas, no tienen nada que ver. Aprende algo chido, hazlo, ejecuta, crece, es todo. Con eso, sin más ni más, los quiero invitar a todos a que caigan. Por cierto, si quieren hacer trading como nosotros que estamos aprendiendo por acá enfrente de todos ustedes, siempre mejorando, cáiganle a nuestro Discord de Lead Trading Academy, que por cierto acaba de expandir por acá un poco mi Discord ya con los Famous Foxes. Estoy comprando un chingo de NFTs porque soy un gran imbécil. ¿Qué pasó acá? Me sacó de Elite Trading Academy. This channel's not on your list. Pero es que me autoinvito. ¿Qué pasó? Me corrieron. Bueno, cáiganle al chat general, por supuesto. Aquí tenemos absolutamente todo el mundo. Como siempre, compartir. Vean qué rico, nada más un Mango se anda aventando un purito delicioso en la playa. ¿Eso qué? ¿Dónde es, Mango? Parece Hawái. Me gusta donde andas. Bien, long and strong, bien hecho, mi tío. Aquí tienen los análisis del buen Alex, tienen los análisis de Farhan, por supuesto, para que puedan darle una entrada a lo que está en su cabeza. El chat general es siempre bueno para ver qué es lo que todo el mundo está pensando, están viendo qué trade está sobrevalorado, qué trade no está sobrevalorado. Vengan a pedir tablas, lo que necesiten, todo, tíos, lo tenemos por acá en el Trading Academy. Y es absolutamente gratuito. El enlace está abajo. Un saludo, mi queridísimo Murdoch, por supuesto. Como de que no, bienvenido esta mañana tan bonita. Y para todos los degenerados que quieren tradear futuros como el tío Salo, que ahora está absolutamente rompiendo, cáiganle aquí a nuestro sitio web, píquenle en tutos. En tutos les voy a poner acá cómo tradear en Bluffing, en putiza. Bluffing es un exchange de futuros de criptos. Y ellos tienen Bitcoin, Solana, Fartcoin, lo que quieras, y puedes meterte hasta un 150x de apalancamiento. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, por el amor de Dios, no seas ese cabrón. Simplemente tienen simuladores de trading también para que lo hagas sin dinero. No quiero que pierdas dinero, no quiero que te estreses. Es lo último que necesitas. No puedes aprender cuando estás estresado, que es como te tienen todos con sus pendejas noticias, ¿ok? Así que ven tranquilo, aprende en el simulador, es gratis, es absolutamente gratis, te van a dar como $100,000 simulados para que juegues y veas cómo vas con todas las técnicas que has aprendido en el Elite Trading Academy. En 5 minutos con este video vas a poder usar y a saber usar perfectamente el exchange de futuros de Bluffing, pero también más allá de solamente Bluffing, vas a poder usar el otro que tenemos de BTCC. Los enlaces están aquí abajo y te recomiendo picar esos enlaces para registrarte, porque eso te va a permitirte estar en todos los sorteos y cosas que estamos haciendo por acá, como esos torneos de trading que hemos tenido, que están por ahí. Pero es bastante sencillo, sin más ni más. Entré en un trade antes de abrir esto. Voy a traer a Farhan y Alex por acá. Vamos a darle con todo. Good morning, motherfuckers.
Buenos días, muchachos. How you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty
I'm
good.
good. Rocking my bespoke ETA T-shirt. You know, gonna be a good week. It's a one of two.
You classy motherfucker. I'm glad there's two. I'm so glad there's two. You guys are fucking fantastic. Thank you so much for. I'm glad you froze like that, Farhan. Do you see Farhan frozen too like that?
Good. He just dipped right when he said that. Yeah,
he deserved it. That was instantly the universe giving him this.
Is it good now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Now you're moving. How are you, Alex?
I'm doing good. I actually went to the real casino last night, lost some shekels. Not a fun time there, I'll say that. A lot better just trading on the market. The edge is better.
And the drinks, and you get the drinks, and you get to see some old ladies bringing you cigarettes. Hey, honey, do you want another one? It's pretty much fun. It's pretty fun. So I'm glad you got to play a little bit. Let's see what you got for me, because I'm counter trading capo. He's saying we're going lower.
Casino is the only place where I've seen where you can withdraw $10,000 from the ATM.
You can get a cash advance for $100K right at
It's wild, dude.
It is absurd.
Dude, in the casino, basically, you can just take your wife and be like, can I pawn this? And they'll actually give you something for it. Whereas anywhere else, they won't give you anything. It's crazy.
I wish it was that ezy to get Tether. That would be nice. Be very convenient.
Soon, those delicious stable coins, which are not CBDCs, thank God, are going to make it everywhere. And then you're going to be able to trade all of your dollars for pesos, for yuan, for anything you want in a second. It's going to be delicious.
Oh, I can't wait for
It's
that.
no control. It's 1984 all over again. But fuck if I don't want that convenience.
Oh, yeah, dude, we're taking it. Let's enjoy it. Who gives a shit? The fuck are they going to do? Enjoy it.
So yeah, it's funny because Capo, I woke up to his telegram saying much lower, period. So let's see actually where we're currently at, because I think the 4 hour is quite telling. And all weekend you were just right under resistance. You had a simple deviation here that went right up to that 4 hour EMA 34 before leading to that deviation, bearish retest, and now a rejection. Now, this is actually looking very similar to what we had back in the early beginnings of August, right when we started to lose $118,000. 4 hour silver crossed. You then started to dump, losing the 4 hour EMA 100. That's the gauge right here. That 4 hour EMA 100 often gives you an easy trade. Once you're under that, it just instantly gives you a short bias to at least look for the next range lows, essentially the next support. For me, once we had lost at $118,000 with the 4 hour EMA 100 loss, this is what it really started to expand us down. Now, this morning we had aggressive dump, and this makes sense. I mean, the range that we have here is big. If we look on the daily now, I mean, this range it kind of gets solidified here just on the daily. You lose $118,000 of support. You stay under support while even staying under the daily 9, leading to the next zone. Now, $116,000 gave bulls no reaction. So now we logically have to look at the next zone, right at that $114,000 region. Now, that's a very crucial zone for me. $114,000 is the spot that bulls need to hold. We will see a bigger breakdown if we aren't able to hold this. And that's just represented again on the daily. If we go here and we make sure all the moving averages I look at are on, you see here that you're under the 9, you're under the 21, and you're about to lose the 34. This into today is going to give you a whole new short setup just off the daily close. And that is just simply, as long as you stay under that daily EMA 34, you are going to have a measured move down to that daily EMA 100, which actually has lined up really nicely with what was major resistance before we broke out. Now, if you guys remember a few weeks ago when we actually broke out, I'll clean this chart up. We were watching solid resistance right at it was like a range 110,300 to then that 109,300. That's like the resistance we were catching Bitcoin within this chop before we broke out. We then broke out, retested this wick high into support at $110,000 region before going up. Now, we always talked about if we ended up coming all the way back down to this region, which again was resistance and chop, I'd actually want to see this zone hold right at that $110,000 region. That should be the extremity low, simply represented by the daily EMA 100. That is what held our local bottom, in the dump that happened in June, where we went all the way from 110,000 down to around $99,000 before bouncing all the way to a new high. So that tells me that you should not really disregard this spot whatsoever. The 4 hour was telling you, yes, you need to be cautious after this deviation. And this gave shorts an easy setup. Deviations often mean, well, you need follow through. So you get your bearish retest entry and you get your stop loss. Follow through. And so now what we can do is we can just simply play the range on the 4 hour. Am I looking for this to move up? Well, yeah, I first simply just need $116,000 to get reclaimed. Because if it doesn't, it's going to start looking like what occurred here. Again, in early August, which was we had a move down. You lost that $116,000 region and then started to reject it before going to the next meme line support. Got a bounce. Again, lower high, bearish retest before breaking down. And that breakdown, once you lost that $114,000, took you all the way down to $112,000. So on the 4 hour, you've already had the breakdown. This has solidified $116,000 as resistance. You even see here on this last 4 hour, it seems to me like you've already basically retested resistance represented by that EMA 5. So in theory, this is just in bear's favor on the 4 hour. And this is brewing a move down to 114,200. From current price action, that's still about less than a 1%. So maybe the pain is almost over for bulls before we get some kind of bounce. But remember, if you get any kind of bounce at this point, you should be gauging the setup that we're watching here, which was once you lost that daily EMA 34, any move up to the EMA 34 needs to be looked at as resistance. It's not until you get back above the 34 and support where you have basically a chance to move up. So on today's close, what we'd want to look for is maybe a move down to support. You get your bounce up and you test that 34. Should be flipped into resistance, giving you a target to the daily EMA 100. Only way this doesn't occur is simply if you get daily close back above $116,000. Simply, you can just see how bulls were unable to actually get a breakdown and properly defend support all throughout here. Whenever you get down to that $116,000 region, you even wicked a little below it here in July 25th. So you very well can get bought up before the daily close above $116,000, and all the shorts shorting into this might get smoked. That is why I'm watching simply the 4-hour engaging the daily close. As long as you are under that $116,000 area, you are going to be more bearish and more on the camp that $114,000 should be the bounce zone. So that's what I'm viewing on the daily. Potentially a breakdown here. And so we want to watch very carefully. Because if you start losing that $114,000, I'm really not going to be looking for anything that support up until that daily EMA 100. Which from that support at $114,000, assuming you lose it, would mean you're going to move down another 3%, which is a pretty big move. So you'd want to be watching very carefully here. Now let's go to the 12-hour, kind of see what's happening, right? And so the 12-hour was instantly in short setup once you lost this 12-hour EMA 9. A very simple system can just be once you lose the 12-hour 9, you open a short on the retest. So here you didn't get a retest up until this point before we went down. Again, not the best example because you didn't fully retest the 12-hour 9. This is a better one when you're in super trending markets. When you get back above the 12-hour 9, right? So you would have opened a short here. You would have closed your short, minimal loss, opened a long here, and then just simply added on every 12-hour EMA 9 retest, closing that short once you lose the 12-hour EMA 9. And this simply would have given you this breakout move. And using this to the downside would have really been able to help you, catch this move if you were already, trying to pre-position around this zone here, right at that 104 region. So yesterday, what we had was, you really could not get back above the 12-hour 9. I mean, yes, this move up when the 4-hour went to the 34, this simply just went to the 12-hour 9, which was the last rejection spot. So you see here, this is what led to another rejection. And then again, you broke down, retested the 34, the EMA 9. This gave you a target directly to the 100. But now what are you noticing here? Well, you're starting to lose this 12-hour EMA 100. This has implications for the daily going down and testing that daily EMA 100. And this is why I'm saying it's more today likely to actually get a breakdown closer to $114,000 than actually just getting a bounce from here. Bears are actually going to be looking at this as the bearish retest already in. And now there's really nothing but air up until this support. And again, that's just shown here on the 12-hour and even the 4-hour. I mean, the 4-hour is just not really looking bullish at all. It's just within the gray zone, playing the mean line, looking like it wants to go down to the next area of support. Now let's go and view the HPDR on the 12-hour and kind of see what's occurring. So you see this isn't breakdown. You've rallied up, almost tested the 50%. And now it's really looking like the 12-hour wants to go down and test to 61.8%. Where does that sit? Right at that $114,000 region. It's very important to be watching the reaction around here. If I was a bull, I would not be longing around this region, but rather watching the reaction here. So I know if we start losing that $114,000 area, yeah, big dump's going to occur, and more likely than that daily EMA 100's, going to actually come up. you very well could get a bounce out. And that's why I want just everyone to understand that the daily losing the 34 gives you another short setup. And most go wrong when they start shorting into this. And they're shorting. You get the pop, it stops you out. You retest the 34, targeting that EMA 100. This setup to me is something I'm going to be taking myself onto today's close. And I'm simply just going to be watching that daily bearish retest. While everyone's FOMOing, trying to position short here, I just want support to get hit. That gives us that mean reversion, lower high, giving us a bearish retest, targeting back right around $110,000. Very actionable setup if you're not already short. So that's kind of what I'm watching today. And we have here a massive inefficiency. So if you end up losing that $114,000 support, you just see how quickly you went up from this region. You very well can come down very quickly and actually come and test that daily EMA 100. Once again, that should be your spot, though. Really should be your spot. Didn't work out well for bears to front run that here in June. And if you throw on the SMA 200, right now you're kind of getting a bigger picture, which is, okay, cool. You lose that $114,000 area of support. You're going to make an aggressive move down to that $110,000 region where that should act as support. Now, if this doesn't act as support and we lose, let's say, all the way back down to that 109,300 level, which if anyone is here, that was my breakdown zone. We start getting any daily closes back under the EMA 100. This is where I start looking at this entire move with lots of caution. And I have to consider a potential total dismantle of this rally going all the way back down to under 100K. And that's very crucial to understand. If you start losing this daily EMA 100, if you start going to the weekly, then you're going to be at risk of losing that weekly median, weekly EMA 9. And then at that point, once you're losing that weekly EMA 9, which again has been holding this entire move up, you do have to really start putting into question this entire price action we've had that's gone everyone properly bullish, all while we still have major BBWP setups on the weekly 2-week still brewing a setup. So it's definitely something to be watching very carefully. We've been just in a range for 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks now. I know it doesn't feel like that because you've had volatility up, but these have just turned into wick high rejections, and the closing bases aren't really moving. They're just kind of closing where they're opening within this range. Now, bulls will argue bull flag. These wicks are questionable for that, though. All while bears are just simply looking at this 2-week to fire off, and this is now giving us a downside setup. Whereas that 109.3, right at that 2-week EMA 9 is the next target. I'm not going to be front running that with just a 2-week. Lots of things can come before that, like on the daily. But that is something to just watch. This is still bearish in the sense of you're still under that median. But something to consider is that median has now moved right around that $133,000 area, a zone we've been watching for the last few months. I can even see here on the weekly, losing the median. Next target technically is a lot lower, closer to that daily SMA 200. So that just tells me that, yeah, $114,000 is the spot. You're watching that weekly EMA 9 to hold. Again, it's been the spot to watch anyways. You've been putting in nice bounces from this zone. But if you don't hold the weekly 9, $114,000, yeah, I'm just going to be looking at this as a massive breakdown. And then we can really start shorting aggressively because, then the chances of all these higher time frame BBWP setups firing off to the downside are very increased at that point. So in summary, just on Bitcoin, because I know there's a lot of levels here, you're not really trading you're not really taking any trades right now. If you weren't able to position on the 4-hour short trigger, the 12-hour setup, there's literally no reason to position now. Now, you could be aggressively shorting here at $116,000, but understand that if you end up coming back up, taking this high out and moving up to $116,000, that could potentially start brewing a deviation setup, which all that could mean is getting back above 116,000, holding it will then open up you within this range, where then you're looking back at going around that $118,000, will not be actionable as long as you're under 116,000. So if you're not positioned short and you're wanting to position short, you're better off just letting chop ensue here, maybe getting that swipe down, expecting a mean reversion move at $114,000. We've already shown, and that's a big area of support on the HPDR, on the daily, on the 4-hour. And so we should expect some kind of bounce here. And then I'd simply just want to see that bounce take you on the daily, retesting that EMA 34. You simply use today's high as your breakdown or your stop loss zone. And I'd simply play this daily EMA 34 setup in confluence with the HPDR. This is something I am going to be watching into today's close because, well, more often than not, the daily EMA 34 often does get a reconnect. Now, it's just a matter of, are you going to reject the first tap and roll over, or are you going to get chopped where you reclaim it, you lose it, you reclaim it? That's not what I want to see because that often leads to expansion. Let's get an example on the daily where you've actually got a proper expansion off that daily EMA 34 going to the EMA 100. So this is a good example here, slightly good example. You had lost the EMA 34. You see here, you reclaimed it instantly, chop. So then once you see this is chop. The next candle is going to be very important. Bulls need to hold it. It's 2 closings above it. Get you expansion. Bears need to just simply lose it. Chop can also go in bear's favor, leading to a breakdown. Once you lost the EMA 34, my pink line here, simply look at these wick lows, support, 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 went up, broke down, chop, lost the 34, rejected the 34. Yes, I understand you put in that bearish retest here, simply off this deviation, bearish retest, biased of a short off the loss of the 34, leading to a nice move down straight to business, taking you right to the EMA 100, where then you got the bounce and you were able to get a move up, getting back above the daily 9, 21, 34, put you back above the moving averages, giving bulls the upper hand. So today, that's kind of what I'm watching on today's close. That kind of keeps me in check on not shorting here, not longing here, rather just waiting, because I do think you're going to get an easy trade on today's close. And that will just leave me to not get chopped out today. So, expect maybe a little more downside. If you get that move to $114,000, don't be surprised if you get a bounce, but also don't get it twisted. If you get a bounce, watch for that to put in a bearish retest, lower high before rolling over. And that's kind of what I'm watching for on Bitcoin, flipping this into resistance before rolling over. That's my analysis on Bitcoin. We can go here to Bitcoin dominance, take a look. Very nice. So the weekly, not looking the best. Well, you're just in lower high posturing, lower low. You see here this wick low that we just simply drew a line on, saying that, well, aggressive bulls are going to try to hold this, all while bears are going to try to lose it and break down. That has occurred. And so now what you have is, well, you're losing 59.7%. That was a big zone for me, because what we've seen is 59.7% is a big spot. On the weekly, you've simply seen this hold as support. Whenever you can't hold that and you get weekly closures under 59.7%, very often it does take you to the next zone. The next zone for me is right at 57.4%. So then you're getting like a little bit of a range, right? You're just within this range here. But this does work out pretty nicely. And you can even see here that once you lost 59.7%, this was the start of a major move down for Bitcoin dominance. So what we see on this weekly is, well, yeah, you've lost that zone fully. This is looking like it's putting in a weekly bearish retest. It's perfectly fine. It can go a little like past 59.7%, as long as you are under last Bitcoin dominance last weekly high. This is going to be in bearish posturing. And my next objective now is, 57.4%. And that is sitting right near that weekly EMA 100. That's been the spot since this zone here, right? Since the monthly lost the EMA 100, we'll go back, we'll check this. Right, since we lost this is instantly what put us more in caution territory. We're being cautious in the fact that the EMA 100 got reclaimed. Not reclaimed. It actually got above for the first time ever, held it, and then got expansion. You lost it in this deviation while also losing the mean line. Bearish retest, and now that's solidified into resistance. And so we've always been gauging the monthly, right? The monthly 9 has just been a big zone this entire bull market. You've been simply holding above the monthly 9 this entire bull market, giving bulls an easy gauge on if we're bullish or bearish. You are potentially about to lose that monthly 9, which again was a big point in August, which was you're either going to rally up here, bearish retest and break down, or you're going to get back above the EMA 100 on August monthly close, holding the monthly 9. You see, though, that that's not occurring. The weekly has even broke down and lost support, giving you more of a bias that, yeah, I do think that 57% incoming, and that simply can be represented by the EMA 21. You do see the EMA 21 is sitting at 58.4%, perfectly fine. We get volatility with Bitcoin dominance. You very well can wick down, hit support, move up. But how I trade and look at things is if a monthly EMA 9 has been holding this strong, meaning any move down has simply been bought up from the monthly 9, then why wouldn't I look at the EMA 21 as the second spot, the big second spot, in confluence with the meme line at 57.4%, and then sprinkle in a weekly EMA 100, and it's like, yeah, this is a pretty good spot to expect a bounce. 57% is not going to get lost very easily for bulls. And why would that occur? Why would that be? Well, because you simply saw once you lost 57%, a major move down each and every time. Here, you got to move down, you lost it. And then from this wick high, let's measure it. 12%. I know that this doesn't seem like a major move down, but 12% on the next weekly candle, that's pretty big. Chop, deviation, bearish retest, leading to another move down. Now you couldn't go fully to support. I guess I had a meme line here. Let me just extend that out, see what I was working with. Where are we? Yeah, 57 here as well. Lost support, went straight down to the next zone. Chop, 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 deviation, bearish retest. And again, still couldn't go to support after this swipe down, but still from this point, you still went down 9%. This is a better example, more straight to business, support lost, flipped into resistance, leading to a nice 29% move. So, if you are going to be on the camp that Bitcoin dominance is bullish and we are going to go up, and this is all just a trap for shorts, and rather so the monthly is just grinding at a higher low, you are then going to be on the camp that, well, 57% absolutely unequivocally needed to hold, and that's the spot you're looking to kind of do business. Which could mean that, maybe alts are still going to do well here. We have to really watch and see how Bitcoin, ETH BTC is doing. But this is just in breakdown posturing. This is looking like it's putting in a bearish retest. And the next objective for me is 57.4%. And look at that. Even on the HBDR, this is just showing just that. You stay under last week's high. You could literally wick up to the 78.6% retest. Next objective down is the 88.3%. I don't find it a coincidence the weekly has such a big gap down from here. So good confluence of this idea that I don't think Bitcoin dominance is quite done yet. And rather so, I think we're just brewing a move down to 57% before maybe a bigger bounce. You do go down to 57%, where that's when we then cycle to the monthly. And that's where we're really looking at these lows. We want to see if this, low can hold as a higher low. Maybe we get that monthly higher low somewhere around here before going up, better represented by the bi-monthly. Just simply can see an uptrend, right? Very easily. So then this still on the swipe down shifted monthly trend, but still didn't really take out the bi-monthly higher low. Putting a little bit of price divergence here. Got a bounce. This is what really bullish assets will do. You just simply can trade trend. identify price divergence, have a logical stop loss, and then move up. So in this example, this is what bulls want. They want that to occur. Higher low, anywhere around here. You very well could go a little lower. I'm really just gauging November 1st low as kind of the spot. So, watch very carefully. Really, though, in my opinion, you should not go under January 1st low. So I think using this low is aggressive. I think, honestly, you can use the 56.69% for the culture. Understand that this zone has a lot of support. You really shouldn't go much under that meme line, in my opinion, if even you hitting it at all, just simply based on the weekly. You could very well just hit this and then bottom. Because again, you haven't hit this entire, the EMA 100 on the weekly, the entire bull market at all. So it would be very inconsiderate not to expect some kind of spring right there. So that's what I have on Bitcoin dominance. We can look real quickly at ETH BTC, see what's happening. And so what do we have? Well, you're still consolidating above 366. Not really bearish, actually. And so, yeah, this has implications for maybe Bitcoin dominance is going to go a little lower, all while ETH BTC might go a little higher. I mean, as long as you are above 366, that is the spot. You're in a 2-week buy trigger, right? EMA 34 is support, so that needs to hold as support. You've seen this EMA 34 reject you down pretty nicely. So now we've actually reclaimed that. You saw the 21 hold. So now you've reclaimed the 34. Why can't it be the same exact thing where you base off the 21, you go to the next zone? So let's base off the 34 and go to the next zone. My next zone is right at 4522. So right at that 2-week EMA 100, 2-week SMA 200. But just understand, above 366 is my alt season criteria. This is assuming the environment's the same in correlation to like how ETH has been. It may not be that case anymore. But just simple rule of thumb, above 366 and holding generally is a very good thing for ETH BTC. And as long as it holds, it does not matter at all if it gets wicks below, but we just need to start seeing it hold and continue to hold, then you'll get your expansion. So this is the definition of bullish. This is a simple 2-week uptrend now formed, and now you are shifting structure and basing at support. Getting anything here? Not really. No, just right at that 78.6%. I'll go to the weekly. Nothing here. It seems like the weekly EMA 100's been the spot. I actually remember this now. When we were looking at ETH BTC, right in this region, that was the criteria to really get a breakout, was the EMA 100 on the weekly. Just notice the reactions of that. Well, it's just been rejections each and every time. You didn't fully reject here, though. So you just went down. You didn't reject. I'm not looking at this as a rejection, just a minor pullback leading to a throwback. So something you were already gauging on the 5-day anyways, which was here. Reclaim, throwback. Really not looking bearish, I'll say that. Not at all. So this has implications for Bitcoin dominance. I do think Bitcoin dominance is going to come a little lower. And so watch that very carefully. And understand 59.7% is the spot that bulls want to basically get back above. So then they can just make the argument that they're within this range again. This isn't breaking down. And then we can maybe consider hitting that EMA 21 on the daily, forming a lower high. It's only really until you take out this high here. I'll get specific, August 11th wick high, where, yeah, this can be potentially an uptrend again. Could look like this, higher high break, higher low, move up. Trend shift, boom, very cool, support held. So now we'll go to Tether dominance, the inverse correlation to crypto. Tether dominance does well, crypto does, well, not good. And so what do we have? Well, let's go to the weekly, because I do think this is interesting. The weekly finally hit our support. 4% was a big zone for Tether dominance, and that's just represented here. You've simply seen this zone hold a lot. And so there's really no reason to overcomplicate things. I don't like front running breakdowns until we actually get that. And this is a great example on why. Looked very bearish, looked like the next target was 4%, just based on support, minor lower time frame support being lost here. You then did go down to support at 4%, leading to a spring moving up, and now it looks like you are going right around that 4.4%. This is very important to watch because the 4.4% was our lower high spot. We've been watching lower highs be formed on the weekly EMA 9. So, in theory, lower low, lower high question mark. You just should be watching this to form a lower high and maybe roll over. If this does roll over and take out August 11th wick low, yeah, capo's cooked. And this is Bitcoin's probably about to break out and $114,000 absolutely held. So, why are we getting very bearish on crypto when this is still in a solid weekly downtrend? Lower low, move up, perfectly predictable, lower high, price divergence, very simply, you need to be gauging the weekly 9 very carefully, right at 4.4%. Can easily extend this line out. You can just see 4.4%. So, right, you can just see this is solid resistance. It can be support. Now we have a weekly 9 with a weekly downtrend. So you should be gauging this 4.4% as your lower high spot. Good, nothing on the monthly. Monthly has lost the 9. You're just kind of within the gray zone. You're at support. And why do I have these lines here? I'll go back to the weekly. The hopium here, right, for tether dominant bulls is that this is going to be a triple bottom. Understand most double bottoms fail, so I'm not putting any weight on this at all. But just there, understand that very well could happen. This is support, and we've seen support hold each time within this range where it's led to a nice busting action move on tether dominance. That was a 69%. Love that for the culture. Beautiful. And I'm not even taking it from the 3.8%, rather just 4% psychological number. That was 56%. And remember, these are like over 50% pumps from this point. And so you've predictably went up 10% so far. Could be a good spot for a lower high. So if tether dominance goes down, Bitcoin should go up. And so that could easily mean that, well, maybe the weekly EMA 9 does hold. Right, I'll delete the Picasso, and I'll show that right here. And then maybe you do just get a simple price divergence, and then maybe, right, capital being bearish here, it's a meme, but really it does work. It's going to mark some kind of local bottom, because I'm not convinced you're going to break down until you lose $114,000. So that's just kind of the, bow stamp of my analysis. $114,000 is still going to continue to be major support. It's only until you lose that where this will look like a breakdown to me. Remember, we had a little range, 114,000 extremity support. We had 116,000 acting like a mid-range, all while that 118,000 was like the breakout point, the extremity high. Get back above there, you went up and made new highs. So it's going to be very crucial here to watch this range. And I understand you should not get bearish when you're about to hit major support. All while tether dominance is still in a weekly downtrend and potentially brewing a lower high here. So I don't really think it's wise to get uber bearish. Yes, you had a very actionable setup over the weekend. That did play out very nicely. But now you do need to really consider, $114,000 being the bounce zone, specifically after looking at tether dominance, because tether dominance isn't looking really bullish to me at all yet. So you can just see reclaim, loss, bearish retest, question mark. That just gives you more of a confluence idea of a lower high here. Because just do the book, if you like meme lines, this is just like a deviation play. So yeah, I think it's funny everyone's getting kind of bearish here. And are we even surprised like a 2-week SMA 200 got a bounce 10%? No, that's like predictable. You had no reactions, no hits off that SMA 200. You should be gauging some kind of mean reversion move when an SMA 200 on a 2-week lines up with a major meme line and a 4% psychological number. That just makes sense. But don't get it twisted. You just still are in downtrend. So that's why trend is always going to be your friend in trading. And until you actually flip the weekly trend back up, which for me is taking out 4.6%, yeah, this is just going to be bearish and brewing a move down. I do think if you go down back under that August 11th wick low, this will break down and you will go back to 3.79%, where that will be the extremity low for Tether dominance. You can't hold this. More times you hit support, the weaker it becomes. Then you really legitimately could start breaking down towards the 2.45%. Pretty insane range here. So in summary on my Bitcoin analysis today, I'm watching the daily 34. I want to see the reaction. I firstly need to see if bulls are going to defend $116,000. You already are seeing a bounce from this region here. So really, you have 9 hours. We've seen wick lows before come even past $116,000. And before the daily closes, it gets bought up, bounces 2.5%, and then closes. So why I'm saying that is just simply I would not be front running this close. I'd be watching and waiting. Let's see if we close above $116,000. And most importantly, let's see if we lose the daily EMA 34. If we do lose both of those regions, then yeah, this will open up a short idea. We'll watch the EMA 34. We'll look at $114,000. Lose this will give us confluence to move to the daily EMA 100. Where that, in theory, should be the zone where we get a major bounce. If you can't hold this, and yeah, I do think potentially we are in a top scenario. So I don't want that to be. It's not looking like that at all. But with higher time frame BBWP setup still brewing a setup, well, you do need to be cautious of this giving us a downside move. So until we lose $114,000, though, I really would not be entertaining a breakdown scenario, and rather so you could just get this move to the weekly 9, come down to support, retest it. You already have a higher high, form a higher low, never take these wick lows out, and just bait shorts, giving us fuel to make that new all-time high at $130,000. So that's all I have now. Watch the daily close, watch your ranges. $116,000 is resistance, all while $114,000 is support. Very easy to just watch going into today's close.
Woo! Fire, sir. I'm sorry. I just finished.
Lots of regions.
I'm gonna have to work.
That's good.
I'm gonna have to shower too.
Oh, well, I'm just sitting here for 4 hours. I should do push-ups or get a walking desk.
Dude, I do it's like a 30-minute hit. It's a 30-minute hit routine, right? So I do 15, well, now it's 16 push-ups. Then after the push-ups, I do squats. After squats, I do biceps. After biceps, I do forearms. After forearms, I do more legs, which is just stretching the back and doing more strength there. Then I do I don't know what they're called, where you kick your weight up with your I use weight for everything, and it's just nonstop. And then at the end of each one of all of these exercises, I do 1 minute of jump rope and then get back to it. So I do 3 of these, and then I do like a quick shoulder 10-minute thing.
Oh, damn.
Nonstop, no water, no nothing. It's the best way to work out.
Making me feel fat as fuck.
I shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, good sir.
Making me feel fat as fuck. I'm Jabba the Hutt compared to you.
No, absolutely not. This is why I'm doing this bullshit.
All right, so I'm going to start with the daily on CME. And as of right now, the most important number that you should be looking at is the same, basically the same number that I was just talking about, $114,000 area. As long as you're holding that $114,000 area, you can't be looking for any lower than that realistically. And as long as that area is holding from, which is the bottom 38.2%, you are more than likely going to be retesting that median somewhere around $118,000. Start to lose that $114,000 area, that's where it becomes very worrying. And right now, you do have a valid setup on CME, where every single time that you have the 5 EMA cross below the 9 EMA, you always at a minimum get a retest down to the 55. So if we were to look at our EMAs right now on this one right here, we have a fresh cross from the 9 to the 5. This is the only setup we have in history in CME where this has failed, where it did not go. It made a new high without going to the 55 EMA. If you look at all of the previous ones in the past, it's happened every single time without fail. Let's look at some examples. Right here, the 5 crossed the 9 EMA, came down to the 55. And here's one right here as well. 5 crossed below the 9. It rallied up a little bit, failed to make a new high. This is the one where it also came back to the 55. Same example as this one. Let's find another one. Let's see. Right over here. The 5 crossed the 9, came down to the 55. 5 crossed the 9, made a rally, didn't make a new high, came down to the 55. This one came close to crossing, but did not cross, so you didn't get that test. Here you go right here. 5 crossed below the 9, came down to that 55. Actually came lower, but minimum target is that 55. 5 crossed below the 9, minimum target hit 55. 5 crossed below the 9, 55. 5 crossed below the 9, 55. Every single time. And on the ones where you don't immediately go to the 55, you do rally, but you fail to take out the previous high, and then you get that test of the 55. This is the only time where we've made a new high without testing the 55. And now we have the setup once again valid because we have the 5 once again crossing below the 9. Here you go again. This is the last one I'll do. You cross below the 9, 55. This has had a 100% hit rate until now. This is the first time ever, I don't know what changed, the first time ever that we've taken out the previous high and then got the setup once again firing off. And right now that would give us a target somewhere around that 55 EMA, which sits at about $113,000-ish area. And you do have to remember that CME does have a slight price premium over spot price action. So that would be somewhere around mid 113s, maybe 114 for spot. Now we switch over to spot. Not technically spot futures, but same shit. And that is bouncing right at the 55 right now, which is at that $114,000 area. As long as this is holding, theoretically, this would be the next higher low, and that would put in a hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows. Right now, we are entering into the bearish control zone, and if you were to notice, every single time on the daily we've entered into the bearish control zone, it has marked a major low. We entered in right here, marked a major low at that 55. We entered in right here, marked a major low at this 100. We entered it right here. It wasn't a macro low, but it was a major low considering we got a nice bounce from there. Let's go right here. And this time when we entered into the bearish control zone, it was off of the basically the bottom in April. This was the tariff situation. Every single time we've entered into the bearish control zone, sure, it stayed in there for some time, but it has marked a major low. So that's also another point in the camp of possible local bottom in this area. Go up a little bit. 2 days now, losing the median, losing the 21 EMA. Momentum is shifting to the downside. Volatility is still, however, in an expansion phase, but it's very close to going into contraction. It just needs a close, and that will confirm volatility contraction. Right now, if you do close like this, you would have a target of hitting somewhere around this 38.2, which is going to change in about 9.5 hours. Right now, it's sitting at about 113.2. This still could be this will go right along with that target somewhere around CME going to the 55 EMA, and it would be an ever so slightly higher low from this low here, and then bulls would try to put in some hidden bullish divergence and then send it back up to new all-time highs. Because if you can break these momentum lows, this will put in hidden bullish divergence while price is putting in a higher low. Right now, the 2-day is starting to lose the buy signal on the jewel and shift over into a neutral signal, but it has not shifted into a sell just yet. 5-day, we'll go to the index for that. 5-day is now switching down as well on momentum, while volatility is in expansion phase. But as long as you're closing over 114,278, this will eventually put in hidden bullish divergence. And because we're breaking these lows on momentum significantly, and that will give us an easy target of hitting somewhere around that median, which is about $126,000. To confirm that divergence, though, you will have to close over about 123,640. Right now, your target for price would be somewhere around that 55 EMA. I mean, not 55 EMA, the 38.2%. I don't know why I said 55 EMA. That's sitting at that same $113,200 area. Kind of looking like that's going to be a magnet for price as of right now. That 113, 114 area. Slight sweep of 113s, but we want to hold 114 on a closing basis. Right now, the jewel is giving us a sell signal. We got a dark blue. We haven't gotten the pink below the yellow just yet. It likely will happen, however, if you do lose the 38.2%. Weekly is kind of toppy, very not bullish. I wanted to say bearish, but it's not exactly bearish, but not bullish, because we put in a shooting star candle, taking out this previous high, failed to close anywhere above this what do I want to say, like this meme line, if you want to draw an imaginary meme line here. This would be a textbook swing failure pattern. Check out every single one of these highs failed below every one of these closes, and now you're below the median as well. Open below the median, you're projecting off of the median. That would give you a target somewhere around that 9 EMA, which is at about 100, same number, $114,000 area. And as long as you're holding that weekly 9 EMA, you can't be looking for a lower from there. It's very hindsight or very like hindsight is 2020. Whenever you just bottom at that 9 EMA and you grind out a higher low here, and then you just send it up. And then afterwards, you're like, damn, I could have just bid that weekly 9 EMA. It would have been that easy. But it never looks that easy in the meantime. It's only afterwards when it plays out where it's like, wow, that was very obvious. So that's why, as long as you're holding that 9 EMA on a weekly closing basis, you can't be looking for any lower. But the next level below that 9 EMA, if you start to smash below it and you don't get any type of bounce, is going to be that 21, which lines up with that $108,000 area. This is where you could put another higher low, because as long as you're holding over about $101,000 on a closing basis, uh, it's still going to be in a macro uptrend. But this is going to be the area where you absolutely are going to have to hold hold the price and get a strong bounce, and you want to see a close over this 21 EMA. You can come down to the 38.2%, but you want to see a close over this 21 EMA at about $108,000. That'll keep bullish hopium alive, and that'll put in hidden bullish divergence. And then you can set into new all-time highs. Start to lose this area. Start to even take a tick below $98,330, even a dollar below that area, and then I'm going to be on the side that we're in a bear market, and we're probably going to go down to somewhere around this 100 EMA at a minimum at about $78,000. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I do think if we do move to the downside lower than about 114, we're likely going to bounce at 108. I slightly think that that's not going to happen. I'm more on the side that will bounce at 114. 2 week. 2 week is now also shifting to the downside with volatility expansion. 2 week is shifting the buy signal to a neutral on the jewel. Has not given us a sell signal just yet. And as long as we're holding over that 2 week 5 EMA, just like the weekly 9, you can't be looking for lower. That's sitting at 113.5. So it lines up with our zone of somewhere between 113 and 114. And as long as we hold over that, that will put in hidden bullish divergence, and that'll give us a target of this median, which right now is at 133. Monthly is also flipped to the downside. Monthly is now starting to look quite toppy. But as long as we are holding over this 38.2%, which is at about 113.8, can't be looking for lower. Close below that 38.2%, and then at that point, you're going to have a minimum target of somewhere around $103,000. Sure, you could put in a higher low at that point. I would just be extremely cautious, and I wouldn't be longing that area. I'd be waiting for reclaims of very important support levels, and then I would risk long. Don't want to knife catch that. Right now, you're putting in on the monthly possible drives of hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows, but you would have to close over about 123,181 to confirm that. The target from that area would be the median, which right now is at about 159, but that's going to move in 13 days. Quarterly did ever so slightly close over the last quarterly candle over that median, just so slightly, which does give you a 61.8% chance of, by this next quarterly close, at the very least, reconnecting with that median. And remember, 61.8% is not the same thing as 100%, so it's not a certainty, it's just a high probability. I don't want to hear that retarded bullshit if it doesn't do it. It's
What do
just
you mean?
probability of doing it.
This is guaranteed, no? This is why I'm here, because I need to know that I'm buying at the best price.
Yes, because I can see the future.
That's right. That's right. Hey, let's see what Jerome Powell has to tell us with all the data so that we know and we can make the trades. By the way, Has no one realized that none of the data that we're given works at all for trading? Even when there's data days, when they give you the data, it's kind of like you should not trade on those days. Has no one
Oh, yeah,
realized
absolutely.
this? It's absolute horseshit to look at any of it. I stopped completely, completely. It's so ridiculous. I feel so stupid for never realizing
And
that before.
and what put like helped me visualize it why that's stupid. Is somebody asked it on Crown's live stream one time how you trade these days, like CPI days or FOMC days, FOMC, is he said, all right, so the reason you don't want to do this is before you enter into a trade, you have to have everything figured out. You have to have your entry, you got to have your exit, you got to have your stop loss, all of that. How do you apply that for these days? How do you apply a stop loss for data? How do you apply a TP for data? How do you apply a planned exit? You can't.
But no, and even that, like for example, they give you a high CPI, and then you're thinking, well, that's bad. The market's going to drop, and it pumps. And another time you're like, oh, CPI is low, and then the market drops. Like it never follows one thing. Like it's absolutely the biggest wasted time in the universe to see anything that Powell has to say. All you need to do is wait. Is money cheap or expensive? That's it. Beyond that, everyone else is fucking absolutely wasting their life right now for nothing. Nothing at all.
Yeah, it's literally if you're trying to play these events, you're literally gambling. Like you're
Yeah.
actually gambling.
Yeah. Straight up.
Might as well sign up for one of those online casinos and have some fun while you're at it.
Nah, you go like Alex. Go to the casino, man.
Go to the
Get
real
some
one.
drinks. Yeah, go to the casino, get some drinks, stare at old ladies' tits that are bringing you drinks. Yeah, it's the way to go. And then smell their cigarette perfume in Chanel number 5.
It's a little hypocritical how those places are filled with cigarette smoke, but heaven forbid you light up a joint.
Oh, I hope you fucking, how dare you? There's kids in the rooms. Oh, my God.
So quarterly is also about to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. It needs to make a slight move lower on momentum, which likely will happen if we do get that test of $108,000. Might do it for 113, although I don't think so. I think it's going to have to take that move to 108, but we don't really need the quarterly hidden bullish divergence considering we have it on the monthly. I feel like monthly is good enough for us to hit some new all-time highs. And the monthly, once again, to confirm it, you'd have to close over 123, 181. Now let's go into the RSI. Tether dominance still's got 4 drives of bearish divergence on the RSI. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. Your next target is that neutral zone, which right now sits at about 3.94%. This is going to be the easy target. Right now, volatility is for the first time ever getting expansion to the downside. The only time ever volatility has gotten an expansion on the quarterly on Tether dominance has been on a massive girthy green dildo to the upside. And this was a candle of about 140% in one quarterly candle. So I wonder what type of move we're going to get when we're getting volatility to the downside. Let's take that rough 3.5% number from that monthly 100 EMA and see. That would be from this point here. That's about 27.5% to the downside. I'm curious what a test of this close would be. That would be about 50% to the downside to test this low here. And as long as we are holding over this low, which is 2.23%, this is eventually going to put in hidden bullish divergence. Monthly's already got that drive of hidden bearish divergence active, putting in another possible drive of hidden bearish divergence. That will confirm with any close below 4.11%, then you'll have 3. And that will give you basically a brain dead target of this 100 EMA, which already would be a target based off of this hidden bearish divergence at about 3.5%. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Somewhat with the bearish control zone, which is at 3.31. 2 weeks also got hidden bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.52%. Your next target is the bearish control zone, sits at 3.36. Very close to our monthly. Weekly. Let's see. What is this close? 4.2. 4.19. So weekly does have possible bullish divergence right now in Tether. This will confirm with any close over about 4.6%, and that will give you an easy target of hitting this neutral zone, which is right now at about Same 4.6%. So I guess the next target would be the bullish control zone, which is at about 5.3%. Right now, you're getting volatility expansion as well, with price grinding out somewhat of a higher low here. And if this bullish divergence does confirm, that's going to be volatility expansion. With bullish divergence, going to switch to a buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone. That likely sends us to about 107, 108,000 on Bitcoin. Hasn't been confirmed yet, just a possibility. 5 days now invalidating the hidden bearish divergence, starting to switch around. 2-day has regular bullish divergence active. Going to give you already hit the easy target of the neutral zone. Your next target is that bullish control zone. Pretty likely with volatility this low. That's at about 4.5%, pretty close to 4.6 that we just saw. Daily's also got bullish divergence. Hopium is that volatility is still contracting, and you are getting a pretty nice buy signal on the jewel right now in the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off and see what type of results this produces. Take it from here, right after the sell signal. All right, one more. There we go. So first, about 10%, 28%, 50, 60. This one, which was a failure, how much did we do? Well, not really a failure. 3.7, 4. 4, very similar. About 1.5. Actually, no, it went higher. 4, very similar. Interesting. 4, 4, 4. How much have we done now? Interesting. Just about 4%.
Boom.
Hmm.
Capital confluence.
I love to see that. I love to see that. So we have done the exact 4% while we're holding over $114,000. And Capo is bearish.
Yep. I literally,
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, my boy Teddy posted on Twitter. He goes, well, he posted the screenshot where Capo goes, we're going lower, whatever. It's just like one sentence. And Teddy goes, time to buy. We're going long. I was like, dude, thank you. I just literally woke up, opened a trade, and I bought the bottom of this, like of the wick. Literally, that's 50% of my trade. The other 50% is it's at 13,969 on bluffing because it's a different price right now.
All you got to do is just set an AI to scan Capo's posts and put it in the opposite order.
Huh.
Just put it on a 3x. 3x leverage.
Actually, I'm going to put Grok to work.
3x leverage it and then have it add every single 5% down. You never get liquidated and you always win.
Always. Fucking incredible.
It's basically like an inverse Kramer fund for crypto.
Yeah. It's very specific too, which I like.
So on the quarterly on Bitcoin, you still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Did you make a lower low? Let's zoom in a little bit. You did indeed make a lower low. Interesting. So now there's another possible drive for hidden bullish divergence. That will confirm with any close over about 111,965. You're going to give us a easy target of that critical zone, which right now is at about 201. This number did go down on the last close. It went down from 204 to 201. Let's see what it goes down to at the next one. Maybe 198. Maybe it goes to 160. Who knows? Can't predict how much these numbers will change. Monthly is put in hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows. Price is put in a higher low. We've hit the easy target of hitting the simple moving average. Right now, the next target is the critical zone. That's at about 148. And if you guys remember this 148 number, speaking to you guys specifically, because other guys don't know, 148 is the Bitcoin energy price number. If you, if you go to Caprioli Investments, he's the guy who sets up the chart which shows you the floor price and the energy price, and that's sitting exactly at $148,000
Why
right
is the
now.
energy price
Pretty
so
interesting.
high?
I don't know. It
That
fluctuates.
makes no
It spikes a lot whenever there's volatility to the upside. The energy price goes up.
Huh. I wonder why, because you would think that everyone mining is becoming more and more efficient and less dependent on actually purchasable energy, right? Like it should be zero cost energy, because otherwise you would be a retard. Let me plug my mining operation into the grid and just completely depend on what the state gives me.
But whenever there's volatility to the downside, those numbers do quickly change to the downside.
Huh.
Right
I'm
now,
gonna look more into it. It's interesting. I'm sorry.
the two important levels are about $148,000, and the other one was, I think, like 133, something like that. I don't remember what the other number was exactly, but you guys can look at the picture and confirm. 2 week also is putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence. Already has 3 confirmed, and that will confirm with any close over 124,277, which is our current all-time high. But what it helps you with is you can get a relevant target, which is the critical zone. This number will change in 13 days, but that number sits at right now $170,000. I think the second number might have been somewhere in the 170s. Weekly. Weekly is also now putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low here. Price is putting in a higher low, and we're just holding over this meme line of that $114,000 area. Um, you'll have to close over our current all-time highs to confirm that hidden bullish divergence. But the relevant target from that is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is at about $136,000. Your next target is the critical zone. That's at 157. Likely you're going to get a rejection of that simple moving average first type around. 5-day is now putting in bearish divergence. Oof, did not see that. It will confirm in 9 hours if you close anywhere below about 116,361. And that will give you an easy target of hitting this neutral zone, which right now sits at about 110. That's that move towards 108. Let's see what this neutral zone goes to whenever it closes in 9 hours. Nothing. Many periods of 0% volatility with a 5-day bearish divergence pending. Nothing on daily. And there's some possible bullish divergence. Let's zoom in a little bit. If you notice, we are making lower lows on price with higher lows on the RSI, giving us a possible bullish divergence, but we will have to close over about 115,000. No, not that one. This one will do it. $115,800, and that will give us basically an easy target of hitting somewhere around this 21 EMA to retest this silver cross. That will be about 117.3. This would just be a bearish retest though, and you should be looking for lower as long as you're closing below about 118,624. Start to close over this area, then and then the hopium becomes more realistic for an actual reversal instead of just a bearish retest. Right now, you're getting 4-hour volatility expansion with the breakdown too. Tether is currently pointed strongly to the downside with volatility expansion in the second time of Tether's history on the quarterly, and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 5.78. But just like on the RSI, you are now forming hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows, and you will have that divergence possible as long as you're closing over 2.23%. And eventually, when that does confirm, then the fun time starts for shorting crypto. Because in shitcoins, you'll get 15-20% daily candles to the downside. Monthly is now getting volatility expansion as well, with momentum freshly flipping to the downside and putting in hidden bearish divergence by taking out this previous high, while price made a lower high, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 5.37%. And it's also projecting getting out of the bearish control zone. 2-week is now also starting to expand on volatility freshly, getting over that moving average. We just want to see it get over 15%, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 5.1%. and you're rejecting the bullish control zone. Weekly is freshly flipped to the upside with volatility still expanding, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.2%. Is there any divergence? No. 5 days also freshly flipped to the upside, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.13. 2 days also freshly flipped to the upside, and it's going to be remain up as long as you're closing over 4.23%. Still in the bearish control zone, however. Daily is also pointed to the upside, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 3.98%. Also still in the bearish control zone. 4 hours also freshly pointed to the upside. Let's zoom in a little bit. And 4 hours giving us a fresh silver cross to the upside, whereas Bitcoin has a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 4 hour, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 4.3%. And 2 hours starting to freshly flip down, starting to look a little toppy, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 4.34%. Now let's switch over to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is pointed up on the quarterly. It's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 110, let's say. And so even if we get that move down to 108's area, and if we get a bounce, quarterly would still be pointed to the upside. That's what keeps the higher term time frame hopium alive. It would just be very, very cautious at that point because a quarterly candle takes a lot of time, and you could tap this area, and you would still have a lot of probably a good amount of time for the closure. So you want to close over this number, and it's going to be a lot more shaky if you're going below it, which that 108 number is below. Monthly is freshly flipped to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low. Volatility has shifted below 15%, but it hasn't given us the close yet, which confirms or invalidates the monthly setup. So right now we are looking for this next 13 days to see if this momentum volatility does remain to the downside. If that does happen, this will be the first monthly setup that has been invalidated. I guess it has moved up a little bit. It just wouldn't be aligned with the previous monthly setups, and it would be an invalidation from the outlook of the previous setups. First time that's ever happened, so wouldn't be wise to exactly bet on that happening. And monthly momentum is going to be flipped up as long as it's closing over $95,600, which we are about like $20,000 over right now. 2 week is currently flipped to the downside with volatility expansion. It has not confirmed that. Oh, it actually did on this last 2 week period. Volatility did expand. That's interesting. Let's go with see what the pivot was on this last 2 week. $118,000. And let me close this. We closed at 117. That's interesting. We flipped to the downside. So we do have a 2 week setup that is now firing off to the downside. And we are going to be flipped down as long as we're below 118,000. 111,000. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 111,966.
111,900. Yeah, I'm. What's the word? Dyslexic.
Let's go blind. Let's go blind.
That's interesting. 2 week setup has fired off to the downside. Let's take the last 2 week setup that's fired off to the downside.
There's
Not
none,
this
no?
one. Not this one. Not in the bull market. Nope. This one right here. This was the right before Luna. Let's take it from the volatility expansion.
Wait, Bitcoin is at 115,700. It's pretty good for my trade.
This was a 45% move to the downside. Let's just, for funsies, take 45% from here. Oh God, it brings us basically exactly at that 100 EMA on the 2 week at about $63,000. But the 2 week setup does not have the same 100% hit rate that the monthly setup does have. 2 week setup does have 2 failures, and the failures are to setups to the downside. Wouldn't be wise to front run that and assume this is going to play out to the downside. but you also don't want to be looking for too much lower as long as you're holding over that 5 EMA at $114,000. Right now, the probabilities are to the downside with that 2-week setup. Weekly, it's also giving you a volatility setup now, getting right at that moving average with weekly confirmed bearish divergence because you did make a lower high on momentum with price made a higher high and momentum is now shifted down. You are losing the critical zone and you're going to be flipped down below $121,700. Starting to look a lot more bearish. 5 days also freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the critical zone. 5 days putting in many drives of bearish divergence. You have 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence on the 5 day, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $119,100. And now 5 days losing the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. The 5 day does have a setup to where if you start to lose the 5 EMA on a closing basis, that's where you start to get chop and downside price action. And especially whenever you lose the 9, that's where you get a test of down to this 21. Right now, if we do lose the 9, the 21, it's sitting right around 110, 109-ish thousand dollars. Does that line up with that bearish control zone target of $110,000? Didn't notice that it had 3 drives on the 5 day. I thought it was only 1. 2 day is now also freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is many periods of 0%, and it's just now starting to get into an expansion phase over that moving average. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,900. You don't want to lose that 2-day 21 EMA. That's going to give you a move down to somewhere around same number, 110. Daily is also flipped to the downside, very close to giving you a volatility setup, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 123,250. 4 hours also flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,450. 2 hours probably flipped up. Yep, 2 hours, especially flipped to the upside, and it is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 115,400. That would likely give you a move somewhere around 117,000. But as long as you are closing below that 200 SMA at $117,000, likely just going to be a bearish retest. Start to close over this on a 2-hour basis.
No, I was going to say that looks like a bearish retest. Perfect. Excellent.
Yep, and then probably a lot of people are going to be shorting this area.
Yeah, which
And if makes you think. But if you start to smash over this, close a 2-hour over this, likely you're going to squeeze up to retest somewhere around this 120 zone. And capital is bearish.
Yep.
So on the high time frames right now, Bitcoin still does look very bullish. It's putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence in the quarterly. You just want to see a slight move down on momentum to take out the previous low, but the monthly's already got it. Monthly's already putting in multiple possible drives of hidden bullish divergence with a monthly setup still firing off. The volatility has dropped below the 15%, but it hasn't confirmed that yet, which invalidates the setup. But the 2-week is now firing off the setup to the downside on the other hand. So one of them is lying. The monthly setup does have a 100% hit rate. The 2-week setup does not. So it would be slightly more wise to bet on the one with the 100% hit rate, but it's not always going to be 100%. It's going to fail eventually. So you do want to be cautious now with that 2-week setup firing off. The weekly is now putting in bearish divergence, flipping to the downside. 5 days putting in multiple drives of bearish divergence. 2 days now flipping to the downside. Daily is flipping to the downside. Even the 4 hours flip to the downside. The only one that's flipped up now is the 2-hour on Bitcoin, which would take you somewhere around 117. If you can start to get a 2-hour close over that 117 area, that's what very likely marks this as our next higher low and would put in hidden bullish divergences across the board and take us back up to our current all-time highs. It's going to be a very major zone watching what happens right around $117,000. The invalid for right now, I'm thinking if we do move to the downside, we likely won't get any deeper, like any deep pullbacks, as long as we're holding over 114. Start to lose 114, then we likely get a test of somewhere around 108 to 110. And technically, you still could put in a higher low there. You still would put in hidden bullish divergences if you hold that area, and that would take us to new all-time highs. But if you start to get a tick below 98,330, or you start to get a weekly close below about, let's say, 100 and we should use this one right here, $105,000 each one, either one of those two things, and then I would have to reevaluate my more long-term outlook. But aside from that, somewhere around 114, I think is going to hold. If we do go lower, maybe 110 to 108. I'm thinking 114, and then possibly 113s for slight sweep for CME. And from there, I'm thinking putting hidden bullish divergences and go to all-time highs. Aside from that, those invalidations are tick below 98,330 or weekly close below 105.
Sir, 2 requests now, Celsius and Coinbase. But before, I must show you this. This is really gay, I know, but this is how I had it before. When we were here and we had the breakdown, this was down to here. So right now, before opening my screen, I was like, I'm just going to extend it a little bit. And look at that.
The meme line works.
Just saying. Just a little meme line. Just meme lining. What are you doing, Alejandro? I'm just meme lining today. What about you? What are you up to?
Just doing some lines. Just doing some lines.
Those sound terrible, dude. You can't just be doing some lines. If the hang on, I was going to say if the CIA or the FBI is listening, but they are. So just so you guys know, officers, that we know that you're not listening, he's referring to meme lines on chat.
Meme lines.
Okay? That's what we're doing. Those are the lines we're doing in this channel. Okay. So yeah, Celsius and Coinbase. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Coinbase.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, lots of Asians on the beach this weekend. Not entirely sure what was going on, but God bless them.
Well, you're in California, so it's Asia and India.
And in a high affluent area, which is all of them are like trillionaires too. They all show up in their insane cars just to go to the beach. You're like, wow, that's amazing. And they can barely speak any English. No, not really. They're all Americanized already, these motherfuckers. They were playing football.
Oh, wow.
They were playing football. And I keep dying, dude, because I know how to throw a mean fucking football. Like, it's surprising. And I was hoping, I was by the water just waiting for these guys to fuck up and just like throw the ball my way, because everyone throws the football like a piece of shit. And finally, I was with Belen in the water, and the ball came like next to Belen. I was like, I fucking almost ran her over, grabbed the ball, and I threw it at him. And one of the guys, as the ball is coming out, he goes, "Holy shit!" I was like, "That's it. My life is complete. I don't need to do anything anymore." Well, it's like, you must feel pretty good about yourself right now. I was like, yeah, this is all I wanted. Thank you.
Sir, that is a hate crime.
How dare you? How dare you? Let's get it.
Our fellow yellow people are friends.
Exactly. Especially to us. We're all foreigners.
I can say it because I'm Asian.
That's right. And I can say it because I'm friends with an Asian guy.
Exactly. That's why I have the N-word pass.
No, I have that one because I'm Mexican. But,
that's true.
Well, yeah, so therefore you now have the pass.
That's true, though. Yeah. No, I've seen Mexicans totally get away with that. 100%.
Look, because we don't know any better. None of those words mean anything to us, so we don't mean it in a mean way.
If Tekashi 6ix9ine can say it, I can say it too.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Let's get it, son. Estamos viendo la tabla del Bitcoin. Oigan, le estaba diciendo justamente ahorita a Farhan y Alex. Ya saben, tengo todas mis tablas. Vamos a ver el índice y que no. Pero esta línea meme que tengo acá, literalmente acababa acá. La tenía así, antes de empezar esto. Y ahorita lo que decidí fue, la voy a extender tal cual está para que quede idéntica, ¿no? Y justamente me queda ahí. Solamente, y ahora, estamos meme lining, ¿no? Estamos tranquilos, todos chupando a gusto, pasándola bien. Solamente quería poner eso enfrente de todos ustedes. Y antes de empezar la traducción, quiero mandarle un saludote a Eder, a Lalo, a Ramón, a mi querísimo Abu, a Sergio, a Ismael, a todos acá en el chat de Elite Trading Academy. Vámonos con todo, perros. A darle. Bitcoin el día de hoy abre en un precio delicioso justamente aquí abajo. Y simplemente de ver el pánico en Twitter, honestamente, entré en ese trade. Aparte que estoy viendo que aquí tenemos el 55, que la vez pasada funcionó perfectamente para rebotarnos a la alza. Y normalmente eso pasa. A veces llegas a tocar el 100, pero vamos a jugarle al listo por acá y vamos a ver cómo nos va. Eso es mínimo el tío Salvi. Tengo otra entrada abajito de esto en los 113,969 en bluffing. Siento que esa va a ser la zona a aguantar para todos ustedes, los chismosos que quieren saber un mal trade de alguien que no sabe lo que está hablando, pues ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a ver el índice de Bitcoin, perfectamente bien dibujado. Uy, ¿sabes qué? ¿Sabes qué? Voy a extender esta línea. No así, no así, no así, no así. Voy a extender esta deliciosa línea. No así. ¿Por qué está pasando? ¿Por qué no simplemente puedo extender mi línea meme? No quiero extender mi línea meme. Bueno, la línea meme está en 114. ¿Ok? ¿Saben qué? Ahí les va. Ahí está. Una nueva línea meme ha nacido en los 114. Justamente vamos a irnos a la trimestral para poder ver esto de lejos, como siempre, empezar nuestro análisis de lejos. Importante siempre poder ver todas las temporalidades. Si vas a hacer un trade, no nada más te metas en una y digas, ¡a huevo! No seas idiota como yo, por el amor de Dios. Haz las cosas bien, Rubén24 en el chat, por el amor de Dios. Podemos ver que Bitcoin ha estado en una tendencia alcista trimestral bastante potente, donde literalmente solo hemos hecho altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Y el precio subiendo en Bitcoin valida la descentralización, la independencia del gobierno y todo el mundo lo sabe. Es perfecto. Entonces Bitcoin continúa a la alza. Tuvimos un tope ahorita que acabamos de ver hace poco en los $124,000, delicioso. Y tenemos ahorita un empuje de vuelta a los 115,500 en este momento. Nada mal, nada de qué preocuparse, nada de qué escribirle a Papá Noel, pero postura alcista. Además de eso, vamos a ver rápidamente, volatilidad continúa este periodo de expansión que viene del punto más bajo. Ya saben que este es nuestro índice de volatilidad, se llama BBWP, B de bebé, B de bebé, W de wow y P de pendejo, por decir esas cosas. Lo puedes encontrar acá en los indicadores, son gratis, este es gratuito. La volatilidad es simplemente la línea de colores. El blanco es el promedio de volatilidad. Y aquí arriba es 100%, aquí abajo es 0% de volatilidad. Y esta línea meme la pongo yo porque cuando tenemos setups donde la volatilidad baja debajo del 15% y luego sube, esos son nuestros favoritos. Lo que le va a dar más empuje a ese movimiento y es lo que nos gustaría ver siempre a todos nosotros, ¿no? Por ahora podemos ver que tuvimos nuestra expansión de volatilidad justamente acá. ¿Por cuántos periodos trimestrales? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Y ahora está apuntando para abajo. Pero recuerda, esto todavía no cierra. Para cerrar esta vela y para confirmar que esto está apuntando para abajo, tienes que cerrar en 1 mes y 13 días tal cual. Todavía puede voltearse y seguir para arriba o puede caer aún más. Pero todavía no tienes la confirmación de esto y toma bastante tiempo. Así que solamente para que lo tengan presente en la mente. Güey, qué grandes rimas, qué potente. Ok. Venimos, cuando vemos el HBDR, estamos justamente rebotando, estamos intentando romper esta media trimestral. La última vez que rompimos la media trimestral, adivinen cuándo fue. Octubre del 2021. ¿Alguien se acuerda qué pasó ahí? Fue el final del bull market. No se las voy a hacer de pedo. Vamos rápido con las respuestas. Ahora, hemos intentado 1, 2, 3 veces. Esta no tocó la media y ahora esta nos encantaría que tocara la media. Uy, me fascinaría que me tocaras esa media. Está en 164,920. Y del otro lado, si no tocas la media y vas a la parte baja de la zona azul, estás en los $80,000, es lo que estarías hablando. Así que trimestralmente hablando, con divergencias alcistas, con volatilidad expandiendo ante el precio moviéndose a la alza y el precio siendo altos más altos, es postura alcista trimestral. Vamos a la mensual. Recuerden que ¿cómo se dice? Una gráfica trimestral tarda entre 1 año, año y medio en pegar, o 9 meses a 1 año y medio. Así que no se me pongan locas, señoras, no se me pongan locas. Y normalmente las bajas temporalidades pueden voltearlos si son muy bajistas y violan ciertos, ¿cómo se dice? Ciertas estructuras, si rompen estructura. Ok, con eso dicho, la mensual tenemos en momentum apuntando para arriba, tenemos divergencias alcistas y también habíamos tenido este setup de volatilidad que ahora se está dando la vuelta para abajo. Pero de nuevo, ¿cuánto falta para acabar el mes? ¿12 días? 13 días y 9 horas. Entonces todavía esto no es confirmado a la baja, está por debajo del promedio, pero por ahora se ve por abajo. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo por acá. Mientras tanto, con estas divergencias alcistas, han tenido un 100% de hit rate de continuación. Hasta ahora nunca ha fallado. Y es importante saber esto porque en el de 2 semanas es diferente lo que estamos viendo. Pero vas a tener que preguntarte a qué le voy a hacer caso, al de 2 semanas o 1 mes. Y esta es una respuesta que vive en tu corazón, mis estimados. No tengo idea de lo que tengas que hacer, pero Claramente, ven, la oportunidad más chida es este toque al promedio del 9 y se encuentra justamente en los $100,035. Nuestro, a ver, déjeme ver algo, papi, déjeme ver algo chido. Nuestro promedio del 5, que no hemos tocado, está justamente en los 113,951. Y eso para mí agrega confluencia a mi trade. ¿Por qué? Porque es mi bias y porque hay dedos cruzados, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que una caída a ese punto y un rebote sería muy bienvenida y un buen lugar para todos para agregar. Yo dividí mi trade en 2 entradas. La primera fue literalmente el fondo de esta vela, me cagué. Y la segunda la tengo justamente en los se los dije al principio de estos 113,969 por la cultura, para que lo tengan ahí presente en mente, que esté potente este trade. Con eso dicho, ya vimos volatilidad está empezando a contraer, pero todavía no oficialmente, no nos la da. Tenemos divergencias alcistas y tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba acá, lo que nos da un setup de 100% de veces que ha sido alcista. Con eso dicho, podemos ver dónde estamos parados en el HPDR. Estamos justamente por encima de nuestra línea meme acá en los 113. No, cabrón, no puede ser eso. No es cierto. En los 113,800, siempre y cuando aguantemos en esta zona, deberíamos de ir a buscar los $159,000, que es donde se encuentra la media. Ahora, de perder esta zona, tenemos una alta probabilidad de venir a visitar los $99,000. Y de venir a visitar los $99,000, empezaríamos a cambiar de parecer en todo esto. Así que atentos por acá. Zona importante 113,800. 113,800, recuérdenla como a ese amor de la secundaria que tenían. Vale, ¿qué podemos notar justamente acá? Podemos notar que el promedio del 9, que es esta línea azul que viene por acá, que voy siguiendo por acá, una vez que reventamos, retesteamos, reventamos y podríamos venir a retestear. Ese promedio del 9 se encuentra en los 110,426, bastante abajo. Y de perderlo, estás hablando de un objetivo de los $105,000. O del otro lado tienes los 133,000 en la parte alta donde está la media. La cosa es aquí, tenemos que saber, Momentum está apuntando para abajo en la de 2 semanas y tenemos un cero bajista. Además de que volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta vela roja. Todavía no hay confirmación de ello, faltan 13 días y 9 horas. Acabamos de empezar y abrir esta vela. Entonces, paciencia es lo que es el nombre del juego. Si vas a hacer tus trades, acuérdate siempre proteger bien tus posiciones con stop losses. No seas animal como el tío Salo, por el amor de Dios. Haz las cosas bien, como te dicen en la escuela, brother. Pero por ahora tenemos la probabilidad de venir a los $133,000. De 133 vamos 159, 159 y 164, que es básicamente de las 2 semanas a la mensual a la trimestral, con volatilidad expandiendo por acá. Vamos a ver si expande fuertemente con esta vela a la baja o si vemos que el precio se voltea y esto simplemente ayuda a expandir a la alza. Disculpen. Vamos a la semanal. 8 de la mañana, Putin, Trump, Putin, Trump. En la semanal estás... I'm sorry.
I always laugh when you do that. It's so funny.
I have so much fucking energy. That's what the guy... There's a guy on the news that literally does that. He opens up screaming, and he's like, he's on the news. Hang on, I need to do this. I'm sorry. So here we go, guys. Here we go. So he opens, and he's literally in a studio. So imagine there's a green screen behind me, like a news green screen, and he goes, Putin, Trump sobre la mesa, se pone el golpe, viene y pega. Putin se saca la verga y se la pone encima a Trump. Trump se la saca por este lado también para ellos. It's fucking incredible, dude. And that's news.
Amazing.
That's news.
Amazing. Spanish news. Wow.
Yeah, it's fucking.
8 de la mañana.
8, and it's 8. So 8 de la mañana is 8 in the morning, obviously. So he starts at 8 in the morning and he always screams it. I had to stop watching it because it's pretty stupid, everything. But it's so fucking funny. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm sorry, boys. I apologize.
I always die laughing when I hear you do it. It really does sound like someone from Spain, just speaking so fast.
And really I do that to my father-in-law, who's Spanish, fully Spanish. Dude, he looks at me and he wants to murder me. Oh, God bless him. By the way, this family now has a Spanish passport too. So we got 3 now, the United States, the Mexico, and the Spain one. We just need to get a good one now.
Just one good one.
I'm still stuck on my just one passport still. Need to find
That's
like a
That's fucking disgusting, Alex.
Yeah, I don't
That's
even
disgusting.
know. I know. No, I know.
Hey, I have a Pakistani one. It might not be the best, but it's something.
But it's something. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
Alex,
better than just one.
yeah, Alex, you need to get your game up on your passport game up.
I 100% agree.
We'll go to Bolivia where they have like those little aliens made out of cake and just give him $200 and get you a fucking Bolivian passport. It can't be that expensive to get a Bolivian passport. Who the fuck wants to be a Bolivian citizen? Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Easier than marrying a Bolivian girl too. So
dude, don't want to do that. Okay, let's stay away from that. Okay.
Noted.
Hey. Oh my God. Ok, perdón. Ya saben que se me va el pedo. Estoy viejito. Estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9 semanal. Estamos justamente entre la media y el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 aguanta. Deberíamos de poder romper esta media aquí va a estar la línea en la arena, ¿ok? 117,500 a la alza. Va a ser el nombre del juego para dar continuación y probablemente ir hasta los 120 o hasta los 123 otra vez. Una por una. Pero por ahora el promedio del 9 aguantando en los 115,500 en esta vela semanal que todavía le quedan 6 días y 9 horas, es una eternidad en cripto. Nos podría empezar a dictar más o menos la pauta a más corta temporalidad. Podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad está por debajo del promedio y también por debajo del 15%, preparando un cero estilo jamás, que es explosivo. Así que vamos a ver qué exactamente llega a pasar por acá. Tenemos una vela topera, por cierto. Esta vela topera, si llegáramos a tener un cierre por debajo de esta línea meme en los 115,000, daría una confirmación esta vela topera y nos iríamos al pito. Y al pito diría a los 107 y de ahí a los 102, ¿ok? Eso es el pito. Pero si podemos aguantar, romper los 117,500, tenemos una alta probabilidad de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en los $140,000, efectivamente, $140,000. Ahí lo tienes en vivo y en directo, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días, Trump, Putin, Trump. Ok, perdón. La de 5 días tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 117,265. Esa es la zona a romper, una vez más, 117,200, 117,500. Una vez que rompas eso, puedes venir a retestear la media que se encuentra en los 126. Son altos históricos una vez más. Y si podemos romper los 126, 142 se vuelve el objetivo. 126, 133, 142, 149, 159 y 164. Tomen esa memoria. Tomen. Pero no alcohol, brother, porque si no se te olvidan las cosas. Qué triste. Y de no pasar y perder nuestro promedio del 9 definitivamente en esta vela de 5 días, que por cierto, esta vela cierra en 5 horas, 35 minutos y 3 segundos desde que acabo de decir eso. Y eso nos diría que nuestro objetivo a la baja en la zona azul podría ser el retesteo y eso se encuentra en los 113,200, que también tiene confluencia esa zona. Así que atentos. Iba a hacer más rimas, pero pues ya a la prima ahí quedó. Ok. 2 días, 8 de la mañana también tenemos, pueden ver por acá, literalmente estos setups de nula volatilidad por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 periodos, pero voy a incluir voy a decir 8 por 2, 16 días de cero volatilidad, básicamente en 1.98%. Aquí es donde vamos a ver el principio del movimiento fuerte. Hasta ahora nuestro promedio del 21 es lo que nos está aguantando justo acá, es esa línea amarilla, es la que está aguantando el culito de la vela delicioso, lo está deteniendo, agarrando con pasión, sosteniendo, no dejando que se caiga, como tu mujer en un concierto cuando la agarras como cajita de cerveza. Y de acá, si puedes aguantar, podemos reventar a la media está en los 117,500, una vez más, 117,500. Yo creo que la tabla de 2 días en el índice es la que nos va a marcar la pauta para el trade más sencillo de toda la historia, a la baja o a la alza. Por ahora estamos aguantando, por ahora continuamos en tendencia alcista, por ahora, si estoy volteando a ver justamente esto, puta madre, espérenme. Esto me pone, ¿en dónde? Un segundo. Déjeme juego rápidamente con ustedes acá, justamente acá. Si esto aguantó aguantó. Y esto llega a aguantar, deberíamos ir a los 125. Y eso nos daría otro máximo histórico en la parte alta. Siempre y cuando recuperemos cuál es la zona de esta vela. 116,000. Y esta vela también cierra hoy. 830. ¡Wow! Bastante confluencia en zonas interesantes. Vamos a la diaria, vamos a la de harina para ver qué está pasando por ahí. Si tenemos algo en volatilidad, si nos lo está dando el previo. Volatilidad está contrayendo. Y al estar contrayendo esta volatilidad así, está a punto de ir abajo del 0%, esto va a hacer el inicio del movimiento, que probablemente voy a meterme ahorita a la de 12 horas y la de 4 horas para ver. Pero este puede ser el principio de ese golpe a la alza que vayamos a ver en otras temporalidades, ¿ok? Que vaya a ser en la de 2 días, después semanal, 2 semanas, etcétera. Así que vamos a poner bastante atención por acá también a la de harina en este cero. Por ahora, estamos ya en zona correctiva, venimos a tocar el 50%, el promedio del 55 es el 55 EMA, vean, que bien hablo inglés para que vean. Y siempre y cuando pasemos los 116,250, deberíamos tener un viaje gratuito a los 118,700 y de ahí a los 119,900, que coincide perfectamente con mi línea meme acá. ¡Wow! Oye, es que qué barbaridad de confluencia estos güeyes de ETA, güey, brother, deberías no perdértelo. Y de ahí sí podemos romper al alza $125,000. Es el nivel que sigue. Déjenme veo 12 horas rápido. 12 horas, está aguantando nuestro promedio del 100, nuestro EMA 100 es justamente esta línea roja y es lo que nos está dando este impulso a la alza y lo que a mí me hizo honestamente ver esta tabla con este EMA 100 acá fue lo que me hizo hacer el trade. Porque dije, güey, no puede ser, si esto aguanta, o sea, si esto aguanta ya chingué. Y está, parece que aguantando. Podríamos tener un rechazo acá en los 116, pero pues ya 116 es buena ganancia para el tío Salo. Pero lo que más tiene cara es que podremos venir a los 117, 165. Eso es, para mí mi salida del trade es más o menos por los 117, un poco abajo de los 117 para hacerle el front run, que de todas maneras estoy usando un apalancamiento delicioso para poder hacerlo. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento y este movimiento, esta vela va a cerrar también junto con la diaria, pero tenemos 1, 2, 3 periodos de confirmación y ahora la volatilidad está apuntando para arriba junto con al principio fue para abajo, pero ahora está volteando el movimiento. Recuerda que la volatilidad no solamente empuja el precio en una dirección, ayuda mucho a darte cuenta cuando lo está haciendo y también cuando lo va a hacer, etcétera, y cuando tienes gran probabilidad de un movimiento grande, pero también hay veces que la volatilidad es una hija de puta y empiezas con, güey, está expandiendo a la baja y después comienza a expandir, el precio se voltea y la volatilidad continúa expandiendo en la misma dirección, pero el precio se va a la otra dirección. Así que siempre tienes que tener eso en mente, tienes que estar viendo todo. Esta es otra belleza por acá, justamente 4 horas. 4 horas habías tenido esta expansión de volatilidad que fue en la caída y justamente ante la caída ves cómo se está empezando a voltear por acá, pero eso no dice nada. Esto nada más te dice que puedes venir a retestear el 61,8% y después continuar la caída. Eso sería en los 116,000. Segunda probabilidad sería el promedio del 9 en la de 4 horas junto con tu 50% en los 116,800, que esa yo creo esta va a ser mi zona de salida. Y acá en los 117,348 es el momento de la verdad. Si llegas a aguantar estos 117,348 a la alza, vas a ir a los 119, 119 te van a llevar a los 121, 121 a 125, 125 a 126, 126 a 130, 130 a 133, 133 a 146, etcétera. Pero de no poder aguantar por acá, una vez más, confluencia 78,6%, que no es tan común llegar a tocarlo. En realidad sí. No, pero la última vez que lo hicimos, venimos por acá y caímos un poco más hasta qué zona. No, ese es el 76 y cacho por ciento. Ok, entonces ahí es donde encontramos rebotes fuertes para el precio. Así que esa es la última oportunidad de este trade. Yo lo voy a dejar correr, me da absolutamente igual. Tengo ya mi salida también puesta. Y por ahora es lo que tenemos que ver. Voy a llevarlos una vez más para hacer esto sencillo. Tenemos trimestral, mensual, la diaria. Estamos en la diaria. Estamos en la de harina. Tenemos nuestra tabla trimestral alcista. Momentum apuntando para arriba, divergencias alcistas. Mensual, lo mismo. 2 semanas es donde empieza el momentum a apuntar para abajo, donde empezamos a ver que tenemos divergencias y posibilidades bajistas. Y eso se daría si es que empezamos a perder la zona de los 113,900. Esta zona es lo importante. Si ves que empiezas a cerrar debajo de 113,900 y te llevas los 112, vas a ir muy probablemente a buscar este EMA 100. Y aquí en este EMA 100 diario, la última vez que lo tocaste, rebotaste con muchísima fuerza y tuviste un movimiento de los 98 hasta los 123. Entonces, yo no creería o pensaría que simplemente vamos a romper el 100 e irnos a la verga, pero si ya lo tocamos una vez, lo que puede pasar es que lo toquemos, ¿cómo se dice? Que lo toquemos un poco más de velas, ¿no? Con un poco más de velas, pero la zona de los 110 debería aguantar. Debajo de 110 se empieza a poner el panorama negro y empezaríamos a buscar estos 100. Si no aguantan los 100, pues se acabó todo esto. Gracias por todo. Podemos empezar a enojarnos todos en Twitter y en YouTube con toda la gente que hace videos de esto y con todos los demás, porque nuestro dinero se está yendo a la mierda. Y eso sería el caso. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando aguantemos donde estamos o arriba de 113,800, idealmente, deberíamos de dar más continuación a los 117,200. Si podemos aguantar 117,300. Si podemos aguantar eso y romper los 117,300 y 500, tenemos muy alta probabilidad de ir a los 119 y si podemos vencer los 119, nos vamos a los 123, 125 y ya se saben todo el demás desmadre. Así que simplemente críticamente es ver el día de hoy. Si podemos aguantar por encima de este 55, si podemos cerrar tal cual como estamos, sería bastante bueno. Semanal, vea nada más el promedio del 9 justamente en el culo de la vela. Esto es, recuerda, acá que tienes uno de estos promedios del 9 en temporalidades altas son las oportunidades divinas. Así que siempre y cuando aguantemos por acá, esto debería ser un movimiento bastante potente a la alza. Vamos a ver y tienes acá también un setup semanal pendiente. La que yo diría es 2 días, muy importante poder verla. Estás por encima del promedio del 21, estás un poco abajo, como $2. Si estás por abajo del promedio del 21, pero quieres cerrar por encima. El 34 es tu última opción, que aguante acá en los 113,300. Yo creo que la de 2 días es la mejor manera de verlo. Y ahí puedes simplemente con los promedios darte cuenta. 116,700 es donde está el 9 de poder romperlo, que es arriba de esta línea meme. Obviamente irías a la parte alta del canal y bueno, tendrías más probabilidades de, y eso está en 119,800 y eso te llevaría para arriba. Ahí lo tienes. Damas y caballeros, Bitcoin alcista. Vamos rápido a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin. Perdón, me tardé un chingo haciendo esto por todos mis chistes tan buenos. Excelentes, diría yo. Uy, podemos ver que tenemos una caída del S&P 200 y un breakdown del canal. Déjenme lo ver en la mensual. Honestamente, la dominancia de Bitcoin no la voy a ver en chiquito. ¿Por qué? Porque hay veces que te hace esta gatada. Y esto podría ser esta gatada. Faltan 13 días y 9 horas para verlo. ¿Cuántos de ustedes no están cansados de que sea alt season cada 2 semanas y que no pase? Ahorita, la vela pasada no cerró por debajo del promedio del 9. Esta sería la primera que cerraría por debajo del promedio del 9, pero todavía faltan 13 días y 9 horas, y eso nos podría llevar tranquilamente por encima del 61%. Si llegas a caer hasta el 58% y rebotar con fuerza y tener un cierre por encima de 60%, yo no descartaría que esto vaya a continuar a la alza y con fuerza, porque cada que vienes a la parte más baja, vas a tener un toque en la parte más alta. Tienes un cruce plateado en la mensual, no muy lejano, y además tienes tu promedio del 34 a punto de cruzar por encima del 55, lo que es bastante alcista en mi libro. Esto ayuda y le da más fuerza al precio a la alza, porque estos son movimientos a la alza de los promedios. Simplemente no voy a caer en el hype, voy a esperarme. De nuevo, estoy comprando mis pendejos foxecillos y las estupideces pendejas y mis changos y todas estas estupideces, pero lo he estado haciendo todo el tiempo y si se van a cero me va, le pito. Entonces, no crean que alt season para mí es lo que va a cambiar el mundo. Yo personalmente creo que va a tomar demasiado para poder tener una de esas de verdad. Pero me encantaría que la tuviéramos, me beneficiaría bastante. Vamos a ver la dominancia de Tether antes de irme a chingar mi Mauser. Dominancia de Tether, justamente lo que estamos viendo y estamos en medio de este juego tan pendejo. Habíamos tenido este breakdown en la mensual y en lo que lo habíamos tenido, simplemente buscamos este movimiento y puede que ese movimiento se haya dado ya No sé si lo puedan ver, déjenme borro esto un segundito. Puede que este movimiento que estaba diciendo antes de que esta vela populara, por supuesto, se haya ya dado y sea esto y esto te va a llevar para arriba, mínimo a retestear bajistamente esto. Y si eso llegara a ser el caso, vámonos al pito. Pero si llegas a estar acá, que ya también te dio el movimiento, ¿no? Te dio esto hasta acá y este es el rechazo, pues vas a ir a buscar los 379. ¿Dónde sabes si es más bajista que alcista? Si es bajista Bitcoin, arriba el 4.60% de dominancia de Tether. Es muy alcista Bitcoin, abajo de 3.97% en la dominancia de Tether. Espero que les haya quedado claro. Así que niveles bastante sencillos de entender en todos lados. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la que sigue. Alex, what do you got?
Celsius.
Celsius.
Yeah, there we go. It was muted. Very bullish stock. Yeah, it is Monday. So do you have the excuse there?
Exactly.
Pretty insane. I was looking at this. Like it literally had dumped 78%. And basically a little over a year. And you know, we went right to the 2-week SMA 200. Always a big spot for any chart. Got the bottom, and then you've gone up now like over 100%. 186, 183%. Very strong volatile stock. What am I looking at? Well, I'm gauging a few different things. So first, $48.30 the focus for me now. This was resistance. We had a nice busting action move where we're in theory breaking out. I'd want to see two scenarios. We see the 2-week has a silver cross that has confirmed. And we are now just simply waiting to see if this 2-week EMA 9, which side note has been holding since March, is going to move up to that $48 region. If it does, I'm going to be gauging that spot as the opportunity zone for bulls. The 2 weeks been in a solid uptrend, so there's no reason after a higher high to scale longs here. You rather should be taking the conservative trade, playing the trend, and waiting for a silver cross retest. The nice part about the silver cross, it does give you a bias, which is, you know, as long as you are playing the 2-week EMA 9, that's just simply the first silver cross retest. Now, if that doesn't hold, we'll look to the 21. But, you know, just based on how $48 has been, last time we went to a new high here, it was just basing off of $48. We busted, got the move to 69 bucks. Came down, still held support before making a major move up all the way to right around $100, $99. So it's going to be very crucial to just simply hold $48.30. Moving forward, you have a new 2-week candle. This last previous 2-week candle is very strong, very girthy to the, you know, bull's favor. So now I just simply want to see for an easy, logical trade, just a throwback. I do think that $69 is major resistance, and we're just essentially back within a major range. $48 is support, and $69 for the culture is resistance. You can see the levels right here, 67, 67, 68, 87. And so as long as we're just going to be within this range under essentially $69, that's all I'm going to be looking at is a range. So $69, $68 is going to be looked at as resistance. You were holding this zone too. When you made this high, you were able to actually hold this zone into support before making a price divergence lower high before breaking down. You then broke down, never retesting the zone. And that's why it's going to be a major spot for me. I need to see the reaction here, because until proven otherwise, this is going to be major resistance. So that's just based on the 2-week. If I go and throw the HPDR on, you can see this is the objective right around $65. So just giving you a bias that, yeah, you very well could see that $69 within the next 2 weeks. But if we start to get a pullback from here, you should be gauging this as an opportunity and simply playing trend, all while playing that fresh 2-week silver cross. And then we go to the monthly. Monthly is closing an insane monthly candle here in 11 days. This is very bullish. I mean, this red candle showed that this was resistance. So if you're breaking out and possibly reclaiming, flipping resistance in the support, you need that actually to happen. So then this would be the flippening, the SR flip. And again, you've seen this range play out. You had a nice busting action move right to resistance, had a pullback. Again, monthly didn't lose support, and that simply led to a very nice busting action move that gave you a 2x, 100%, 106% roughly from that $48 spot. So very simply, you're not longing here. You're just waiting for a new monthly candle. The new monthly candle should provide some kind of pullback, and that should play into the 2-week as well, giving you the throwback scenario. Because not only do you have a monthly, you have a bi-monthly as well closing. And it's just the same thing as the monthly. You saw this zone hold right at 48 bucks. As long as and you tested it a few times. Here, you can just see tested here, here, but you just never lost it. So it's just the same reasoning. You want to be watching this bi-monthly 9 move right around, closer to around that $46, $47, giving you more confidence of $48 being a major bounce zone. And if you get that bounce from, that $48 region, are we just breaking out, going to new all-time highs from there? No, you need to not disregard $68.87. You simply have a bi-monthly median right there. And what you had was a major breakdown once you lost the median, right? You were holding above that bi-monthly median for a while, reclaimed it in March of 2023. This is right when you hit that 2-week SMA 200, I believe. Let's just see. It's going to bother me. No. That was March 2025. Let's go back here. Okay, cool. So you got back above the bi-monthly median, back tested it, broke out. You then lost it, broke down, and then from this point, you just had 6 months of just pretty nasty price action for bulls. Beautiful price action for bears. I mean, straight to business, 43% upon losing that median. So when I'm, gauging this, I very, very well could see, a pullback, test the 38.2%, test that bi-monthly EMA 9, test the 2-week silver cross, then you get that move up. This is still a very big range. And as long as you are going to be under that $69 region, this is just going to be looked at as resistance, and you very well could just range here for a few months. Again, you've just literally seen that play out where that just ranged. You have a reclaim, and another move up. You came down to support, hit support, and then moved up. So it's 1, 2, 3. It's like 4. It's 8 months worth of chop here. So this could be, in theory, the same idea where you're just simply going to chop. It's only until you get at least even just simply a weekly close above $69 where, I'll be looking at this as a major point of a reclaim, and this is the spot you're going to make a new high. The only logical point once you get back above $69 is simply looking at the all-time high, watching these wick high rejections closer to around that $90 region. So if you know that, $69 is what kind of holds bulls from reaching that $100 region, you should expect bears to really defend this region and really play off that bi-monthly median rejection simply. Because my point I didn't bring home was once you lost this median here, you haven't tested it. So, this was sitting one time at $90, like $100. It shifted all the way down now to the meme line. So when I look at something like this, it just gives me really good confluence of very likely we're going to test this region, and it very well could happen within the next month. But the bigger question is, are we going to retest that 2-week silver cross first, or simply just green dildo up to that 69 and then get that retest? I am convinced, though, you are going to retest this zone eventually before even testing $90. That only shifts if we reclaim $69. Now, the 2-week isn't an uptrend. So I did say that in the beginning, higher high, higher low. But I will say this. The bi-monthly is still on a downtrend. And that's a big concern for me when I see simply us approaching a median on the bi-monthly. You're at major resistance. This was the spot where you've previously majorly broken down before. And so really, for us to be convinced this is going to be majorly bullish, you do need to make a new high. And that's going to first start with the weekly reclaiming $69. So understand that bears are going to be using that median and the meme lines as the rejection point. This is the big spot that you want to look for shorts. If you're going to play that route, playing the monthly, bi-monthly downtrend. You visually can just see you had a higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Okay, broke the last higher low, broke down, and now you've rallied up really nicely over 100%, but it's just not really looking anything bullish as long as you're under that bi-monthly median. So we'll see where this shifts. This very well could shift up or down. Maybe price opens above it. That'd be great. But this just kind of keeps things in perspective, I feel like, where we're not really looking for that $100 as long as you have a major zone of resistance at $69 for the culture, of course. So that is what I see. I'm trying to see if we have anything else.
That $69 area, just like you're saying, seems to be the where it might take a little break, consolidate for a little bit longer, and all opportunities would be every time it corrects to key areas to add to your position, right? That's kind of like what it seems like.
Yeah. So like $69 is the last stand for bears. Bears are literally looking for a major collapse there. If let's say you just end up not getting the pullback gap fill, that's just even on the 2-day, you see the gap fill where we wanted to bid. And let's just say we move up from here. Well, I'm still going to be convinced we're going to end up testing this. And this just could lead to a bigger pullback. Still nothing of concern though when you look at like the weekly. As long as you're simply holding under, or you're above, my apologies, above August 4th wick low, any move down to me is just going to look solid for a buy op. I do think $48 is the opportunity zone though. Now Celsius has been very strong. This has just been going up, but I still have seen on this 2-week a very well-respected uptrend where you consistently are forming higher lows at very logical spots where it's okay, you reclaim above the 2-week 9, you move up, you reject the 34, you move down to the 2-week 9, form a higher low, move up, reclaim the EMA 100, base above the 34, throw it back here, spring, and so now I just want to see that higher low formed right where we formed it before at that 2-week EMA 9, which now luckily for us is a silver cross to the upside, freshly as well. Let's see the last fresh silver cross we had here. So here, this was the last one. Not the last one, but just like an example of a very fresh one where you got the silver cross. You had the 9 cross above the 21, 21 cross above the 55. This occurred here. You then went up. You then retested it. Here is where we're talking about potentially entering. It lies around $48 right now. Current price action was at $1. Pretty insane. And then that held the silver cross retest. That retest then led to a very nice move. I'll even give bears the benefit of the doubt. We can take it from the 55 and then go from there.
Nah, fuck those guys.
54%. So, I mean, I'm going to look at that as a very actionable setup that we just got on the 2-week. It's going to be really guiding my bias on if we got a pullback, nothing of concern, and just look at that as an opportunity. Better example here, got the silver cross, got the 2-week EMA 9 retest, leading to a nice combusting action move to the upside. Very nice, very fun. That's a 355%. And this silver cross was just straight to business. You got the cross, you got the retest, and you got the green dildo party. Cool, and that's it. So, you know, in summary on Celsius, you're just within a range. You know, we're just within a range. That's it. You're within the gray zone of a range. So you could draw a mid-range. I don't have one. I'm not finding one here. Rather so, we've seen big moves up, big moves down, forming a range. You only get breakouts once you break above $69. So for me now, you're watching to see if this 2-week is going to provide you a pullback. This new 2-week candle very well could get a pullback, could move down to that $48 region, and then very well get a bounce. We saw on the 2-day, we have a few areas on why a $48 should be your bid zone. Firstly, silver cross retest freshly, so the first one. We can say, okay, we crossed here. So then maybe, within the next month, you'll get this retest done. Because what we've seen before is when it does get the silver cross, as I shown, you do end up getting a retest eventually. You then also have here a nice monthly close, just breakout. Obviously, you just want to see a throwback. And again, you've seen this here in this exact example. Here, you did end up going to resistance before going back down. But again, the point is you didn't lose that $48. And then that led to a 63% monthly candle. And then if you just like lower time frames, you have a nice gap here. So you're going to be watching the reaction of the 2-day SMA 200. You're going to be watching here when you lost it. This led to a major move down. And so you just freshly got above it. I know I've been focused on the 2-week, monthly, bi-monthly. So now we can really, put this in a bow and look at the lower time frames and see, I mean, the 2-day is in a solid uptrend. You have a higher high. You have a gap here sitting right around that $48 region. And you also have a beautiful reclaim of the SMA 200, which already was proven to be major resistance. So if you do end up getting a pullback to $48, let's say we just dump down, I'm not really going to be looking at this as a bearish short zone, but rather I want to max long Celsius and target $69. Only if we get weeklies above $69, I can open another long, or you can just add to your position from here. And then you simply just target all-time high. So that's all I'm watching. Watch $48.30. That's a actually specific spot on where the meme line is. Gauge the 2-week silver cross retest. And on the very low time frames, watch this 2-day SMA 200. Because this would have shown you that, this is kind of fucked, and we're probably going to go lower, and then you probably wouldn't have been longing before the beginnings of a major breakdown. So we can use that same exact logic here. As long as you're above $48, 2-day SMA 200, this will, in theory, go up. So it's just more a matter of, do we hit $69 first, or are we just going to roll over and then form that higher low? That's just a bigger question, and only time will tell with that. Wish we had a crystal ball. That'd be fun, but we don't.
Well, hopefully we can get Capo to also do this one. And I just want to thank him from the bottom of my heart for the few G's that I took this Monday morning, just literally trading based off a tweet. Thank you, Teddy, too. If you're listening for any chance.
Bitcoin's at $116,000.
Thank you.
Just quick.
This is the best month I've ever had in trading.
You've been killing it. I mean, last week, or when you covered those trades, I mean, you made good shekels.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on, but you know what? I'll take it.
So that's all I have on Celsius. Quick glance on Bitcoin. This is it's still right back above $100, so it's not bad.
See,
I mean, $116,000, not $100. Anyways, that's all I have here, boys, on Celsius. Tried to squeeze out all the juice on it, out of it that I could. So
excellent. All the fucking headache-provoking juice out of it is what you mean. All right. BLK, not to be confused with BLM and not to be confused with black. I don't know what BLK is. Maybe I know.
BlackRock.
Is it?
Yeah.
Blackcock.
Yeah,
Black Rock.
Yeah.
Sorry. Jesus. Unbelievable. These names.
Monday.
We find this type of serious analysis at ETA.
That's right. It's worth the membership, guys. Trust 100%. Me. Please buy it. We need it so we can counter trade capital with that money.
Crazy because it worked out. We're at $116,000 and it's not even.
Dude, I'm out. 116, 200, whatever. It was a couple, a few G's. So I'll take it.
Yeah, not bad at all for a Monday morning.
For just a few hours. You fucking kidding me? I didn't even have to look at the chart. That's my favorite part of it.
Those are the best ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. All right. So BlackRock right after.
Cool.
Thank you. Ok. Estamos viendo Celsius. Y ahora quiero ver algo rapidísimo en Celsius. Tenemos esta línea aguantó perfectamente y ahora estamos viendo lo que estábamos esperando, ¿no? Este movimiento a la alza. Lo que quiero ver es esto. Vean, este retesteo puede darse por acá, justamente agregando confluencia. Lo pueden ver, el por qué lo tengo así. Déjenme, hago esta línea sólida para poder ayudar. Ay, Alejandro, pícale bien a las cosas, cabrón. Ahí está. Les digo, venimos de este punto bajo. Estamos en una tabla mensual. Tenemos estos puntos que conectan por acá y ahora nuestra línea meme está justamente por este nivel de los 65 a 69, que va a ser absolutamente vital para Celsius para poder romper a la alza con mucha fuerza, porque ahí podrías tener un rechazo. Y aquí lo que tenemos que analizar es, ¿qué estás tradeando? ¿Estás tradeando corto plazo? Porque yo tomaría de 100 va a tener un rechazo ahí. ¿Qué tan fuerte va a ser el rechazo? Ya veremos. Vamos a analizar esto bien. Ok, estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Por fin lo retomamos. Esto parece haber sido un SFP y esto en la trimestral nos pone en una posición bastante alcista. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo a uno de los puntos más bajos de toda la historia. Eso es bastante bueno para volatilidad. Eso va a ser un movimiento bastante agresivo, por ahí del 22%. Estamos en 24%. Si llega a bajar aún más, calientito. Pero por ahora podemos ver muy buena acción de precio en Celsius. Me voy a, bueno, no, sí lo voy a dejar ahí, porque esto todavía aplica donde está. Esta es una zona bastante importante para el precio en esos 36, aunque me cuesta trabajo pensar que vamos a regresar tan abajo si es que regresamos a algún lado. Ahora, estamos viendo que la tabla ha sido completamente alcista desde el 2020 hasta el 2024 y desde entonces tuvimos una caída gigantesca como el 78%, una brutalidad. Llegamos a tocar los $21, estamos cotizando en $60, básicamente un delicioso 3, un por 3 en el precio de lo que hemos visto en Celsius. Una vez más, volatilidad está en el punto, uno de los puntos más bajos en la tabla de toda la historia. Estamos entrando en la zona azul y además nuestra zona azul tiene nuestra media arriba de altos históricos en los $100 con 62. Esto me dice que Celsius en alta temporalidad vamos a ver esos 100 malditos dólares que todo el mundo quiere. Bueno, la gente que está invertida en Celsius tal vez y también la gente que es dueña de la empresa. Ahí lo tienen. Con eso voy a acabar. No, no es Perdón, ya sé que ando de payaso, es que este es el pedo, esto es el pedo. Dejo de fumar tantita marihuana y ve lo que pasa. Me pongo loca, nadie me aguanta. Podemos ver que por acá tenemos también un tope en el movimiento que podría darse, que coincide con nuestra zona del 63, 65, en este 78.6%. ¿Qué me dice eso? Que va a haber consolidación. No vas a tener este movimiento nada más de aquí, mañana y para pasado mañana vas a llegar a los $100. Eso no parece ser el caso. Parece que vamos a encontrar algún tipo de resistencia, pero vean la fuerza que lleva el precio también. Y es fácil poder medir esta fuerza de precio. Simplemente pones una línea meme acá. Si la rompes a la baja, sabes que vas a consolidar tantito. Pero si continúas por encima de ella, puede que vayas a estos $100 que se encuentran en el 88.3%, que no sería la primera vez en la tabla de Celsius tampoco. Pueden ver que hemos llegado también hasta los 98%. Esta zona de los $100 tiene demasiada confluencia que estoy viendo una y otra vez por acá. Además, en la mensual está buscando poder tener una expansión de volatilidad por encima del promedio. Atentos acá, todavía no tenemos nada confirmado, falta todos los 11 días, 4 horas para poder cerrar esto, así que vamos a disfrutarlo bastante. 2 semanas, honestamente no sé qué acabo de decir, 2 semanas tiene uno de esos setups que me encantan, pueden verlo acá con todos los promedios, tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá, un silver cross ocurriendo, eso quiere decir que cualquier oportunidad va a ser un retesteo del 9 y el 9 ya está acá, encima del 38.2%, que es la zona azul. Eso me dice que el 50%, más o menos, entre el 50 y voy a poner mi línea meme, porque mi línea meme me parece ser la zona de máxima oportunidad por ahí de $46. Si llega a retroceder esto 46, $48, puede ser una gran zona para poder agregar a tu posición y dar continuación o para abrir una posición nueva. En Celsius, no antes porque ya está corriendo, aunque lleva momentum alcista, pero podría ser simplemente mejor. Y recuerda, no te pierdes nunca de nada. Si no encuentras la mejor ganga, vas a otra tienda a comprar la pinche cosa que quieres comprar. No entiendo por qué no hacemos eso con acciones. Yo volteo a ver todos mis gráficos y les pongo, por ejemplo, rápido, ahorita regresamos a Celsius. Pongo en Solana. Ayer estaba justo acá. Si llega el precio de vuelta a los 203, va a ser máxima oportunidad. Si llega a la zona de los 196, esto para mí van a ser zonas de corto, eran zonas de corto. Era lo que yo estaba viendo. En Bitcoin las había puesto también en otra tabla, no sé si es esta o la pasada. Tal vez lo borré. Déjeme ver. Aquí está. Y Bitcoin sí, no ha llegado acá tampoco, ni tampoco acá, a los 119 y a los 121, donde le quería hacer corto. Estos cortos ya están inválidos, pero es lo que pongo. Y lo pongo en todas mis tablas para tener mis zonas de mega descuento. Y es a lo que voy. No tengo que comprar solamente una cosa, o sea, un asset. Estoy buscando el mejor descuento que puedo encontrar en algo en lo que yo crea. Y me voy a esperar, me voy a esperar. Cuando me den ese descuento, lo voy a comprar, sea a la alza o a la baja. Entonces, lo que quiero que les quede muy claro en esto, mucha gente se clava en, güey, es que ya me perdí el tren. No hay pedo, güey, hay otros trenes. Hay un chingo de trenes en la estación. Tranquilo, tranquilo, brother. Por ahora tenemos ahorita más probabilidades de venir a estos $65, una vez más agregando confluencia en este 78%, pero aquel 88% está en los $83, que va a ser nuestra siguiente zona de interés. Y acá también pueden ver, acá esta línea meme coincide con toda esta zona. Me atrevería honestamente a mejorar mi posicionamiento de la misma. No, la dejaría tal cual. Honestamente, en esos 64 voy a regresar a donde estaba. Ahí está, 64.46. Tenemos que volatilidad está contrayendo en esta tabla de 2 semanas, pero todavía le falta 11 días y 4 horas para cerrar. No nos dice nada, lo único que nos dice es que nuestra probabilidad más alta es venir a la zona de los $65. Semanal. Tenemos expansión de volatilidad en la semanal, lo pueden ver por acá, junto con el precio yéndose para arriba. Voy a poner una línea para que vean que sé usar el teclado. Y ahí está. Esta expansión de volatilidad está acompañando el movimiento después de este toque por acá y nos está llevando el 61.8%, que es donde estamos encontrando una resistencia en esos $60. De poder romper acá, el siguiente objetivo van a ser esos $69 tan chistosos, que sería obviamente una zona importante para el precio de Celsius y nos podría llevar ahí. Vamos a la diaria en putiza. La de harina está en extremos, lo que nos está sugiriendo exactamente lo que habíamos dicho. Probablemente un toque del 63, 64, 65 hasta el 69 y un rechazo, pero no un rechazo contundente, potente, rotundo. Simplemente un rechazo temporal para poder hacer un poco de esto. Pum, pum, pum. Tal vez hasta acá. Una vez más, esta es tu zona de máxima oportunidad en Celsius. En mi opinión, 46. Y de ahí, pum, para arriba. Ahora, eso cierra más o menos este gap. Este gap podría ser una trampa y nunca te lo vaya a dar. Y puede que los $50 sean la zona donde lo quieras hacer. Cualquiera de estas dos zonas estás agregando en spot, a menos de que estés comprando opciones y esas mamadas que expirán no sé cuándo vergas. Suerte con ese pedo, pero estás comprando spot, esto es bastante fácil, honestamente. Ahora, pierde esta zona de los 46 y llévate los 41 a la baja, olvídate de todo lo que te estamos diciendo, esta madre es bajista, pero no tiene cara que lo vaya a hacer. Ahí lo tienen Celsius, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con la base de las monedas, con Coinbase.
Brian's bald.
Brian's bald, son. By the way, did you see now this is what I can't say. I can't tell if it's true or not. That they're all the ones that announced that they're going to do that are going to do stable coins and they're going to do in an L2 on Ethereum. They're all going to create their own chain. And that's what I had said originally that was going to happen. Now, to me, it fits my bias, so I don't want to be the one judging, but it makes sense. Why depend on a third party? Now, JP Morgan Chase does own Ethereum, basically, but interesting that Coinbase will open their own layer one. I can't remember what it's going to be called, and others are saying the same thing. It's just interesting.
Yeah, why would you want to build on somebody else's foundation?
Land. Yeah, why would you want to build on somebody else's land, right? Like, that's number one question you have to ask yourself. So, yeah. Either way, sir, please tell me the good news.
Speaking of Brian being bald, did you know in the UK it is now sexual harassment to call a man bald?
Really? That is pretty sexy. That is pretty sexy. Is the UK already like purgatory on Earth? I think so, right? Like it's already separated itself to a different reality, and now that's where where you go to be miserable. Where can you go to be miserable? Let's go to the UK.
Yeah, if you go to London, the unofficial name is Islamabad for London, you know?
There you go. Sounds like a fun place.
Manchester is unofficially Karachi.
I'd say the good thing about having all the people from that side of the world in London is like at least the food's gonna get better. Because man, those
That's true.
British
That's
people,
true.
those motherfuckers eat cardboard, nothing else. Cardboard.
Br-
That's all their food.
British beans are sadness and despair. Mexican beans are happiness.
Dude, Mexican beans are a party in a can, and
Those
also
little
in the can
Mexican
afterwards.
beans on one of those bolillo rolls. You get some
Mm.
guacamole, some pico de gallo,
Oh, stop.
some
Stop.
chorizo.
I haven't eaten, motherfucker.
It's on the monthly on Coinbase. We are getting a rejection from that top 38.2%, which gave us a target down to hitting the median, which we have hit the median. We've been a little bit below the median, down to somewhere around that high to 290s. Currently, that long Academy longest are still active. It's up about like $21 right now. The target is still sitting somewhere around that 38.2% as long as we're holding over that median on a closing basis. Got about 11 days left to go. We're slightly over the median. As long as we do close over that median, we'll have a 61.8% chance of going to this top 38.2% at around $400. And that's a nice $100 move up from the entry. That's like 33%, I believe. Let's see. I can't really do the math. I'm gonna just test it out. Somewhere around 30-ish%. That's not bad. And we go on momentum right now. Momentum is very close to putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows. Price is putting in a higher low. To confirm that divergence would be a little difficult. You would have to close over about $444.65. But the relevant target would be somewhere around the 61.8%, right around $675. Right now, the jewel is giving us a fresh buy signal on the monthly. First time we've ever had a buy signal on the monthly. That is very interesting. And we are still steadily holding right over this previous rejective lower high. We're a little bit below it right now. We want to see, but we have gotten two closes over it. So as long as we are holding over that median, should be grinding out another higher low in this point, and then another busting action to the upside, especially since we have possible monthly hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is currently pointing to the downside. Volatility is contracting, which is some bullish opium. Right now, the jewel has shifted into a neutral signal, hasn't shifted into sell just yet. Likely won't if we close over this 5 EMA. Reclaiming this 5 EMA will likely send us back up somewhere around this 50%, around $370. The first TP will be hit on that long, and then at that point, uh, this is the area where if bears do want to reject it, likely will reject it somewhere around $380. If you do see weakness around 380, a rejection of 380, and then a close below 350, that's where you would want to cut that long. If you see a rejection of 380 and a bounce off of 350, you'd want to hold it for continuation upwards. Switch down a little bit. Weekly is also flipped to the downside. Volatility is still contracting. The jewel is giving us a sell signal on the weekly, but in the background, we do have a pink crossing over the yellow, which is a more bullish signal. And we're getting a bounce right off this bottom 38.2%, kind of front running a little bit. We are putting in possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, multiple drives by taking out all of these lows. And that will confirm with any close over about $345.39. That's a lot easier to do. And that'll give us a relevant target of somewhere around $400 if that does confirm. 5 days, also putting in that same possible hidden bullish divergence, same area of the bottom 38.2%. Close over to confirm it, you'd have to close over same number, 345.39. 2 day is now flipping back up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is currently contracting. On the bearish view, you do have a cross right now of the pink below the yellow in the bullish control zone. Let's see how much we've gone down so far and how much it usually produces. There. Working a little bit away from the cross that moved before. And that'll be the last one. This one went straight down. 20%, roughly. This one also straight down. 21%, very in line. Interesting. They're all going straight down with no bounces. These are the type of setups I love. 10%. And so far, 6.25%. That's the smallest number we've seen. If we take it to 10%, that brings us to about $282. And if we bring it to 20%, brings us to roughly $240-ish dollars. If we the invalidation of that setup would be getting a close over about, we could use this wick high actually, about $345, which would confirm our higher time frame bullish divergences. Daily is now was flipped to the upside, very close to flipping down. Hasn't confirmed yet though. It's going to confirm in about 3 hours and 47 minutes. Volatility is still contracting. You want to see and you're back over that median. Daily is bouncing nicely off that median. Just want to see it close over this 38.2% at $330. If you can get that, then you're likely going to come and fill this gap somewhere around like 370 to 380. 4 hours now, very close to flipping back up on momentum. Well, why is it not zooming in? Very close to flipping back up on momentum, right at that reset zone. Let's see if there's any divergence possible present here. No, not quite. 4 hours, is it above the median? It's slightly above that median. Median's at about $321. Getting in close over there will send us back up to somewhere around that 55 EMA at that $330 level. Closing over 330 is what gives you that move to 380 or 370 to 380. 4 hours, very close to giving you a bullish cross on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. This is what we're looking for with the close over that 330 area. That's where you get your bullish jewel cross, and that'll send you up. Let's check the RSI. Monthly is about to put in a third drive of bearish divergence. Ooh, that is not a good sign. That will confirm with any close below about $334. We're not that far away from it. That's interesting. And the easy target off of that is going to be the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at about $222. A little scary. What makes me think that it might not confirm is that first bicycle on the jewel. So we won't know until the close actually happens whether it confirms or not. 2 week has already confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 345.39, same number that validates our bullish divergences. And our next target, we've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. The next target is the bearish control zone. That sits at about $103. So, ooh, this number will update though. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. 6-day does have some bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 337.58. Next move is the edge of the bullish control zone, sits at about 276. 3 days got the hidden bullish divergence. Interesting. This will be active as long as you're closing above 293.31. Next move is into the bullish control zone, sits at about 356. Right along that 330 to 370. 2 days also got hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about same number, 293.31. Next move is into the neutral zone. That sits at about 373. I love that number. 4 hours about to put in another drive of bullish divergence. That'll be 3 drives of bullish divergence on the 4 hour, and it will confirm with any close over. Let's zoom in. $320.71. We'll give you an easy target of the bullish control zone. So it's at about 327, it's $5 higher. The next move is into the critical zone with volatility sitting at extreme lows. Critical zone right now is at about 389. That's a lot more closer to that 370 area. Let's zoom in a little bit. And still have that possible jewel cross in the background. Coinbase. Monthly freshly flipping back to the upside on momentum, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $235.34. Plus, it's rejecting the bearish control zone. This drove a lot of my confidence when I gave out the long on Coinbase. Is that monthly momentum, especially flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and taking out these lows here while putting taking out these previous lows on momentum, taking out even these lows here on momentum, where price action is making a significantly higher low from this low here, which is at $124. likely going to give us at the very least a respectable bounce, if not a reversal, based off of this momentum set up on the monthly. 2-week is also currently flipped to the upside, but it will flip down in about 11 days if you close below about $377.18. That also lines up with that 370 area, making it a very significant zone. And this isn't a reason why that would be another one of the TPs. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside. Whole PM is that volatility is contracting, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below $430. 5 days also flipped down with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 400 and same number, 430, 431. 2 day is currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you close above about 327. Any divergence present? There's some significant hidden bullish divergence because we're taking out these lows by a wide margin while price is still putting in a higher low. That will confirm with a close over that number 327. Daily is currently flipped to the upside, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $312.50. 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone while volatility is still contracting, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $330. I love that number. So that $330 number is the one that gives us the move higher until 380s, maybe 400. Go down a little bit. 2 hours currently flipped up with volatility just now about to start expansion. Interesting, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $312.80. And that would flip the 4 hour back up with over 380, taking us to that 370s number, confirming our bullish divergences across the board, sending us into the floors. It's a whole cycle. So in the higher time frames, Coinbase is starting to flip back around, starting to look kind of bullish to me, with momentum flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, putting in some hidden bullish divergences, flipped up as long as you're closing over 235.20. The other time frames below are currently flipped down or going to flip down. 2-week is going to flip down. Weekly is already flipped down. 5 days already flipped down. But the 2-week pivot is a very significant number, and it would give us that move up that we're looking for to tap somewhere around that $370 to $380 zone. But when we go down to the low time frames, the momentum is still flip to the downside. 4 hour will flip up if you can close over around $330, which is that same number we were looking at before. That sends us up to about 370 to 380, and then closing over about 346 on a daily closing basis is what, or actually weekly closing basis, is what's going to give us our hidden bullish divergences on all of our medium and higher term time frames, sending us up at a minimum into the 400s to $430 with probably new all-time highs. And the invalidation, or significantly new all-time highs, that HPDR zone is at about $675. The invalidation right now is going to be either getting a tick below about, let's see, you could use $235 or a weekly close below about 293. Either one of those two things happen, you're likely going to get a deeper pullback, and then I'm going to have to reevaluate. But right now, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm looking for a move into somewhere around 370s, 380s. And then from there, I'd have to reevaluate. If you have weakness in that zone, then likely you're not going to get those hidden bullish divergences. But if you do put in a higher low and continue to grind out a higher low in that zone, don't immediately nuke from there, then you're probably going to put in some higher time frame divergences and continue to the $600-ish zone.
It's how you're showing it on that 2-week chart. That's fucking the easiest way of looking at it, right? Wait a second. Why is my screen? There you go. Because you're just right there at the fucking 9. If this shit holds and you don't take this out, the 294 low on this candle, hang on. That seems to be like the great opportunity zone because it's a 2-week 9. Now, if you lose this and you just go underneath this, you know that you're going to get that deeper pullback and probably to the 238s.
Yep. Lines up with the RSI targets as well.
And that sits right at that 300 psychological number as well.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's a nice, easy trade, to be honest with you, and especially because most are going to buy this on spot. Although on BTCC, you can leverage yourself until you go bankrupt. So make sure to do that.
No,
So
we're
make sure to take this. Make sure to take this long on 20x, maybe 30x.
Excellent advice, Farhan, if I may say so myself. We got a request for Mr. Garlic Bread to come out and explain what's going on with his XRPP.
Oh, wonderful! I'll show you all the PP.
Oh, yeah, you will. Thank you. Estamos viendo Coinbase, damas y caballeros. Lo vamos a ver la mensual para empezar. La razón por qué es porque hay muy pocos datos. Esto salió al mercado del 2021, obviamente en abril. Tuvo este tope. Hemos estado creando esta estructura y esta estructura para mí, esta consolidación es una consolidación bastante potentemente alcista y podemos ver si podemos extender esta línea justamente, y me atrevería a ponerla acá, sí, aquí. Si podemos extender esta línea, pueden ver la movida a la alza que ha tenido. Y la pregunta acá es, ¿a dónde vamos? Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 mensual, estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 21 y mi promedio del 5 se encuentra justamente en los 2.99, que fue lo que vino a tocar. Esto es bastante alcista, sobre todo viendo que volatilidad está expandiendo del punto más bajo de la tabla, dando apoyo a ese movimiento a la alza y estamos justamente viendo eso. No dejes que esta vela topera te engañe. Puede que en 11 días y 4 horas cerremos por encima de estos 3.34, que es el precio más bajo que llegó esta vela topera. Y eso nos diría que no hay confirmación de vela topera y esto debería de llevarnos una vez más a otros nuevos máximos históricos. Pero vamos paso a paso. Voy a también poner el HPDR para agregar un poco de confluencia. Yo ya les prometí los 6.57, ahí vamos. Cuando sea el momento correcto, vamos a los 6.57. Lo que estamos viendo también es que en la mensual estamos por encima de la media. Lo pueden ver perfectamente por acá. Nos apoyamos el promedio del 5, estamos por encima de la media y eso me da más probabilidades. La media está en 3.20. Eso me da más probabilidades de venir a este 38.2%, la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en $396. Una vez que estemos acá, podemos empezar a platicar de altos históricos una vez más, pero por ahora se ve más alcista esta vista mensual que no. La de 2 semanas estás por debajo del promedio del 5, pero por encima del promedio del 9. No es tan bajista que digamos ver esto. El promedio del 9 aguantando debería de ser, honestamente, este es el trade más fácil de todos. Para mí verlo en la de 2 semanas es la cosa más fácil de todas. ¿Por qué? Porque si te llegas a llevar este mínimo, que está en literalmente, vamos a ver, ¿cuál es el mínimo de esta? Low. 293.31. Si llegas a ver que hay bajas de esto, muy probablemente vayas a venir a la zona de los 266. ¿Ok? Y aquí ya podemos analizar si va a aguantar, no aguantar, pero eso es lo que sería. Siempre y cuando estés por encima del promedio del 9, en la de 2 semanas yo lo continúo viendo como alcista. Fue, pum, caíste, retesteo, pero te di un doji. Esta vela no te está diciendo nada. Y ahora esta vela debería de darte mínimo un retesteo del promedio del 5 y la parte alta de la zona azul, que son 350. Y ya estando ahí un poco de consolidación, nos caería bien. Y eso debería de dar continuación alcista al precio de Coinbase. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, está a punto de contraer. Semanal. Semanal tenemos una vela topera, por supuesto, jugando la de verga, un rechazo de la media y ahora estamos justamente por acá. Una vez más, semanal nos dice que no deberíamos de cerrar esta semana. De aquí al viernes tienes por debajo de 317.55. Ahí está tu primera. Si estás viendo la semanal y la de 2 semanas, que te está diciendo los 297, lo primero que no tienes que perder en este cierre son los 217. Los 317. Si aguanta tu 317, la parte, perdón, no son los 3.17, ¿o sí? Low. 3.14.16. Si aguantas los 3.14.16, esto no debería, en el cierre, recuerda, faltan 4 días y 4 horas. Esto debería llevarte mínimo al promedio del 9 y la media que está por encima de esta línea meme en los 3.44, digamos. Y de poder romper esos 3.50, vas a los $406. Con volatilidad contrayendo también en la diaria. Y en la diaria estamos ¿dónde? Estamos por encima de la media, venimos, nos apoyamos en la media, acabamos de retomar el promedio del 9 en los 317 y ahora queremos ganarle al 5 al 55, venir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 3.30, de ahí poder vencer nuestro promedio del 34 y 21 que están juntitos en los 3.36, es la zona importante a romper. Y una vez que rompes los 3.36 y te llevas este máximo, ya chingaste. Puesto sencillo para todos los que están viendo Coinbase y quieren entrar en un trade. Uno, el bajo puede que ya esté puesto. Lo que yo diría es esto. 3.14 es donde está esto. 3.14 esta semana, y lo vas a tener en vista semanal. Si en tu semanal cierras por debajo de 3.14, muy probablemente 292 hasta los 268 sean probables. Si aguantas por encima de los 200, de los 314, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de venir a esta zona de acá. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que te quieres llevar? Esto. Una vez que te lleves los 345 a la alza, vas a tener continuación y eso te debería llevar a los 380, donde encontrarías la primera zona de resistencia. Acá, bueno, la segunda. Y acá puedes consolidar, pero una vez que cierres por encima de 380, altos históricos vuelven a aparecer en la mente de todos. Una vez más, 314 acá para invalidar si eres bajista, 314 y luego llevarte este mínimo en los 294 sería, espérate, puedes entrar mucho mejor, pero siempre y cuando estés por encima de todo esto, esto se ve más alcista que bajista y favorecen esas probabilidades. Por ahora, damas y caballeros, vamos a la que sigue con Alex. BlackRock. Blackcock.
Yes, sir. Blackhawk buying Bitcoin, doing very well. I mean, this is like a very strong chart. I mean, I was even looking at that move in April, that swipe down. We just directly went to that quarterly EMA 21 before moving up very nicely. BlackRock's very strong. And so we go here. Can you even just look at the 6 month? With 6 months actually breaking out, which is interesting to see. For me, price now is at $1,137. I'm watching for a move closer to that $1,220 region, closer to the 6 month 61.8%. Now, this point perspective is actually quite bullish. We essentially had a range here. On the 6 month, you were able to break out from the range, and you even got a back test from that point because you had chop here. I mean, you had a loss of support, a busting action move, and all you got into April was just a very aggressive throwback that then got bought up. And so now, really visually, there's nothing but air for this chart to the upside. You could say, well, yeah, you could make a move down to $973, and in theory, that should always hold on the 6 month. And I understand 6 months, long time frame, but the chart like this, it just kind of puts in perspective of how strong it is. And for me now, I mean, it absolutely makes sense. This is in breakout posturing on the HBDR. This is the throwback. You've already gotten that. Imagine all the shorts that shorted into this wick. Terrible. 24% buyback. And now what you have here is 2 candle closures above this wick high rejection. So, I mean, really, this is looking very solid for continuation within the next 4 months. I would want to be gauging that $1,220 region, most likely next. I mean, we then can start dissecting this chart, lower time frames like a bi-monthly. It's already in breakout mode. You see you've hit the 61.8%, almost to the T, and the next objective is a 78.6%, being right around that $1,273 level. This is closing in 11 days. And so this is literally closing in May. It closed in breakout, potentially on this 2 month candle going into September. Yeah, you are just going to be above the 38.2%. This bi-monthly is also playing into the reason on why you could see continuation because of the reasoning. You've already got the throwback of the breakout. I mean, 38.2%, the blue zone is often the range. And so when we've seen BlackRock actually break out from this point, it does start with us getting back above the 38.2% and holding it. That's when you got a nice move up. Let's actually calculate that. So here, okay, so I'll take it from this. You got to break out. This was the last one. Now, it didn't expand as much as we'd hope, but still, let's just measure it. I don't even know where the wick high is. I guess it's here, 10%. So From that 38.2% breakout, we went up 10%. Again, not the best one, not the strongest, but still 10% from that point. And so far, we've seen 12%, over 12%. So really not bad. This is a better example. You see here, broke out, retested. You went up 74% from that breakout. You only had 2 tests of the 38.2%. Here, the open above, the retest, expansion. And then the following bi-monthlies just were continuation of that. So that's why, 11 days is a strong candle close. I am gauging $973 as the spot. That should be the extremity low. That should always hold for BlackRock. But as long as you are specifically, you can even just draw a mean line above January's wick high here. This is in breakout mode, and you should see continuation, I think, within the next 2 months. You even have here the monthly median. It's interesting because this has just been moving up since we've lost it. Price has been trying to play catch up, reaching that median that is sitting right at $1,199. So very close to the $1,200 region that I'm actually looking for BlackRock to hit. This as well as closing in 11 days. So we'll see where this goes. This median very well could shift up a little more higher. You could hit the monthly median, and then once you reach that $1,220 region, find some resistance potentially. When you get into a chart like this, you really only can focus on the HPDR. Even when you're on a weekly here, what are we looking at now? Well, you can't really say you're going to position on a throwback because that's already occurred. This held support, and you're already getting expansion. Yes, you have a weekly wick high rejection that rejected the top side of the 38.2%. But this candle is not really bearish, actually. And all you see now is you potentially are going to get support on the weekly median, which is technically the next objective, which is telling you that, technically speaking, you shouldn't really even hit that $900 region again, let alone testing this wick high into support. And that's just why I am seeing continuation on BlackRock. I would be surprised if we don't get continuation here. And I'd want to see into the next 2 weeks this last weekly wick high get taken out and make a move up to 1,200. And that just seems very actionable. I don't see any setups here until maybe potentially a move down to the $970 region. But then at that point, if we are all the way back down to there, coming down, you have to really question this move because exactly what I showed on the 2 month. It already, the 6 month. My apologies, right here. It already got the retest. It literally did. So there shouldn't be any really reason why we'd come all the way back down to here. And that's just playing simple uptrend. Just higher lows, consistent. So yeah, BlackRock to me seems like it's going to go next to 1,200 region within the next 3 months. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I want to gauge this zone very carefully, and I really want to be watching that monthly median. I am going to be on the camp that wherever this goes, and I do believe it's going to shift up. It's just what's been occurring. If that reaches closer to that $1,220 objective, that could be a spot where once you hit that, you could find at least short-term downside and maybe even a retest down to that $970 region potentially. But in my opinion, I am seeing continuation. We're seeing that on the all high time frames. Really, quarterly looks like it has an objective to that 1,200. Monthly has an objective to the median, and even going to the 6 month, it's confirming a breakout. Maybe you come back on that new 6 month and then make your way up to that 1,200. And then from there, we'll see, because you can just visually see a pretty big gap from this point. Should be watching that monthly median. Very well could just hit that, then reject. Because I will say, you've been under the monthly median since you lost it in February. So massive zone here. I'd be watching very carefully if you reach it. And watch into September where this shifts. So continuation on BlackRock looking very strong. Seems like the Bitcoin bet worked out the time they bought in. And I'm not really surprised at all that BlackRock's looking very strong. It's always looking strong. It's just a good chart.
Why? Because they own everything?
Yeah, literally everything.
That could be why, maybe, that they own the majority of all fucking companies that are making a fuck ton of money. But who knows? I guess we'll never find out. It's the mystery of life, boys. This has been, by the way.
I didn't even look at the 12-month either. You could look at that quickly. It just screams continuation on the candle it's forming on BlackRock. I mean, as bullish as it possibly could be.
Look at this. This is monthly. September 2008, right? Which we all know what happened. Then right here, September 2021, October 2021, November 2021, we all know what happened. We're about to touch it again.
Where's that line? Because we kind of front ran. It's like right around that 1,000.
Right here, basically, at that, like 1,200. Just call it 1,200. And then let's see. Let's do a 12-month.
I just thought the perspective of the 12 months, just like, how can you really be bearish on that? Just
no, like, dude, this is just going up. This is insanity.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, the more companies that they own, the more power they have, the more they can raise these prices and take them up higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, right? So nothing wrong with it. I mean, it just keeps going up. This shit. Look at this.
Where it goes.
Never lost the monthly 9. Never in its history. Even only the 5, it's lost it like by a milli fucking tiny bit. And it was 2011, right here in 2018, and that's it. Everything else is just green dildos all the way up. But yeah,
just easy higher lows too. Like I was looking at that in April, the dump, it really gave you like an easy price divergence trade. You had like an easy logical stop loss, higher low, playing the previous low. I mean, like it was pretty easy RR. It was pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, you're talking this because this goes like this.
Yeah, literally.
Fucked up. Yeah. That's true. It's been so easy. Fucking Blackhawk. Good for them. Good for them. All righty. Thank you, sir. Let me see what's next. 1 second. Sorry, I'm looking at my stupid NFTs. Blackhawk. Oh, peso dollar.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, sir. Ok. Estamos viendo BlackRock en la de 12 meses. Pueden ver lo potentemente alcista que es. Nunca ha estado por debajo nunca ha cerrado por debajo de su 9, de su promedio del 9 anual. Estas velas son un año cada una. Y solamente muy pocas ocasiones por debajo del 5, pero apretadito. O sea, no te está dejando nada. Esta fue la última en el 2018. Esta fue el 2011, fue el cierre más dramático por debajo del promedio del 5, pero nada más. Déjenme los llevo a la trimestral para que vean esto un poco más de lejos y vean este pedo. Esto, un segundo. Septiembre del 2008. ¿Alguien recuerda? Julio del 2008. ¿Recuerdan qué pasó ese año? Tocamos el 34, fue el final de la caída. Octubre del 2021. Tocamos techo. Nos fuimos, tocamos el 34, fin de la caída en octubre del 2022, cuando nos amenazaron que iba a haber guerra nuclear con Vladimir Putin. Es que la guerra nuclear nos va a matar a todos. Pero gracias a Dios nuestros gobernantes y los noticieros nos protegen diciéndonos para que nos dé todo el miedo del mundo. Y ahora vamos para arriba. Vamos a ver si se vuelve a repetir la historia, si toca esto y vuelve una vez más a darte esta oportunidad dorada en los $700. Pero por ahora, cabrón, estás en altos históricos y lo que podría también pasar es que revientes el canal en el que llevas desde el 2008, literalmente casi 20 años. Lo revientes a la alza y continúe. ¿No? Esa es la probabilidad más grande de todas estas. Entonces, una vez más, interesante dónde estamos parados en este momento y vamos a ver si eso va a continuar. Vamos a ver rápido el HPDR, a ver dónde estamos justamente por encima de la media y esto nos da mucha más probabilidades de ir a la parte alta de la zona azul que se encuentra en los $1,242. Eso, si nos da el rechazo por ahí arriba, eso sería básicamente la parte alta de ese canal del que estamos hablando. Ahora, si pierdes los 1,087, deberías de ir a los 1,000 planos. De perder los 1,000 planos, estás hablando de los 909 hasta los 870. Esta debería ser la zona de mayor, honestamente, importancia o sea, si estás agregando a tu posición, esta es la zona dorada. Si llegas a los 8.87, qué cabrón. Pero los $1,000 serían otra zona de interés. Para mí, y los 1,100, pues estás muy cerca de los 1,100, pero también esta madre puede seguir así porque pues, son dueños de todo el puto mundo. Así que con eso en mente, me volteé a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo en este gráfico de 3 meses ante esta alza de precio y continúa. Está en 69.9%, nice. Y continúa expandiendo buscando ese 100%. Nada mal, BlackRock. ¿Quién fuera a imaginar que la empresa que es dueña de todas las empresas más lucrativas de todo el planeta y que es la que coordina todas sus boards y todo eso, que le fuera tan bien? ¿Quién lo fuera a pensar? ¡Qué cabrón! Yo no, ¿no? Otra cosa alcistísima en esta chingadera es que acabas de ver, déjeme quito el HPDR rapidísimo, mi promedio del 5 es la línea verde, promedio del 9 es el azul. Y cuando tienes el promedio más rápido, cambiando de lugar por uno más lento, lo vuelve más alcista y este es el único que se cruzó. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que se cruzó antes de eso? Aquí atrás. Y vean las bajadas. Una vez que se cruzó a la alza, vámonos para arriba, papi. Así que continuamos a la alza. Esto se ve bastante fuerte y una vez más agrego un poco a mi confluencia que los $1,000 serían la oportunidad de oro. Esos $1,000 podrían llegar, pero también tienes que entender que el soporte grande está en los 1,076. 1,076 a $1,000, no sé qué tanta diferencia. A ver, vamos a ver qué tanta diferencia es. De los, digamos, 1,000 planos a los 1,070, te podrías ganar un 7% extra. La neta, pues vale la pena pensarlo. Pero acá lo que tienes esta vela que literalmente vino a absorber toda esta liquidez, engañar a todo el mundo que todo se iba a ir a la verga en los 774. Fue el mínimo que tocó. Me parece low, 773.74. Y de ahí, pues, ha tenido este disparate, está en altos históricos y altos históricos son 1,171,89 centavos. Y continúa la alza. Volatilidad de Blackhawk está literalmente expandiendo ¿de dónde? Arriba del 15%, pero todavía no está por encima del promedio. No consideramos que esto sea un setup real hasta ahora. Lo que sí quiero ver es el HPDR después de ver el otro. Y justamente tenemos nuestra media en esos 1,200 prometidos. Esos 1,200 en la trimestral y en la mensual me empiezan a sonar como que podría ser la zona interesante para ver si ahí es donde topamos, nos lleva a la parte alta de ese canal que habíamos dibujado al principio de este análisis y de ahí nos lleve absolutamente a comer mierda. Pero tal vez, no tal vez, nunca llevándose este mínimo en los 774, atentos. Si BlackRock tuviera una corrección seria, yo creo que los 910 a los 880 sería la zona interesante para agregar o para meterte en esa posición. 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante el subidongo. Ya tuviste el rechazo del 78.6%, pero estás por arriba del 61.8% y de tus 5. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que tienes muy altas probabilidades de venir a ser un nuevo máximo histórico en 1,181. 1,181. Y de poder romper los 1,181, 1,237. Pero ya empiezas a entrar en zonas extremas. Y Blackhawk, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que tocó esa zona amarilla? Acá, enero del 2024 y fue la caída. Eso quiere decir que podríamos esperar un rechazo fuerte acá en los 1,237 y eso sería lo mejor. Por ahora yo no estaría agregando esta posición, yo estaría afuera. De nuevo, siempre puedes encontrar dónde tirar tu dinero y en dónde gastarlo. No tienes por qué forzar nada. Por ahora, tuvimos este rechazo en esta vela topera en 1,700, bueno, ya en el alto que habíamos hecho y platicado, y esto fue en la zona del 61.8%. Abrió esta vela de semanal por encima de la media, encima del promedio del 5, encima del 9, y cualquier oportunidad de los 1,100, 1,105 sería oportunidad tal vez para agregar a corto plazo. Pero yo lo primero que haría es ver si el tope acá, porque el movimiento de todas maneras es muy en corto. Si esos 1,200, 1,250, por ejemplo, son un rechazo, ese sería el final. O sea, y ponte tú, a menos de que te salgas divinamente, si eso llega a darse, digamos que sube hasta acá. Estás hablando de un 8%, o sea, un 9%. Estas son ganancias para hormigas. Para hormigas. Y el riesgo es bastante alto. Por más alcista que se vea esto, yo esperaría la confirmación de que haga el breakout del canal que te les enseñé al principio. Diaria tienes el rechazo de la parte alta, pero cualquier cierre por encima, si eres alcista, quieres ver te quieres ver por encima de $1,142. Estando por ahí, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 5 en los 1,150 y ya de ahí empiezas a buscar nuevos máximos históricos. Ok, puesto sencillo para todos ustedes. Zona de oportunidad tremenda serían los 1,100. Pero por ahora esto no nos llama la atención tanto. Tu invalidación de todo esto sería llevarte este mínimo. Si te llevas los 1,076, vas a los 1,030. Y ya por llevarte esto sería la exagerada. Ahora, esto, un cierre semanal por debajo de esta vela, para abajo. Semanal, un wickazo, o sea, básicamente de esos rápidos, por debajo de los 1,034 y ya vas, pero al nepe. Por ahora, si eres alcista en BlackRock, lo único que quieres que aguante es los 1,000, yo diría 1,100, justamente tu promedio del 34, que no lo has tocado desde junio. El promedio del 34 en tu tabla diaria. Si puedes aguantar acá, chido, continúas en esta tendencia alcista. Y es más, me atrevería a decirte, sencillamente puedes hacer esto. Rompes esto a la baja y tu primer objetivo va a ser que no rompa estos 1,077. Acá, esta sería tu zona de oportunidad de agregar si ya estás metido en esto y simplemente estás haciendo DCA. Sería por debajo de tu promedio del 21 en los 1020. Pero por ahora BlackRock tiene cara de que tiene mucha fuerza y puede romper, hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. Este fue el siguiente alto, básicamente alto, bajo. Alto más alto, bajo más alto. Alto más alto, este puede ser el bajo más alto. O te lo puede dar hasta acá en los 1,118. Y estos 1,118 te llevaría al siguiente 1,250. Ya aquí es donde te pones en peligro de el rechazo y la caída hasta los 880. 880, 850, si es que los llegas a ver, va a ser la oportunidad de más potente de BlackRock para entrar. Fuera de eso, pues esta tabla es una de las tablas más alcistas que hemos visto, tíos, no mamen. O sea, por el amor de Dios, vean esto. Nada mal, ¿no? Nada, nada mal. Y una vez más, si quieren hacer esto en casa para tener la vista sencilla en esto, mi queridísimo Ramón, vas al wick del 2008 en una tabla trimestral, vas a ponerlo acá, vas a cruzar esto, hazlo con wicks. Y ahí, y lo vas a bajar al wick más bajo, a este. ¿Ok? Y ahí puedes ver lo bien que ha funcionado todo este. A ver, déjame ver una cosa rápido. Me gusta más así. Es un poco irrelevante si vas a usar este o este wick de fondo. Lo importante es esta parte alta. 2008, todos sabemos qué pasó después. 2021, todos sabemos qué pasó después. Simplemente con estar acá y regresar a la parte baja de acá, 770, 760. Y depende cuánto tarde, porque recuerda que esto sigue subiendo. Por ahí de los 800 va a ser la oportunidad dorada, si es que los llegas a ver en BlackRock, para que lo tengas al pendiente. Y déjame ver si mi Ramón, que anda por acá, no dijo nada. No, ok, perfecto. Ahí lo tienes, mi Ramón. Vámonos a la que sigue. Who is it? Is it you, Mr. Foreign? Yes, XRP. XRPP.
Yes, sir. XRPP. Let me share my screen. There we go. And
Here
I
we
will
go.
start with the monthly on XRPP. Or should I do? I think I'll do the quarterly because this is one of those shit coins where we got the data for it. So let's do the quarterly. We are actually I didn't notice we actually made a new all-time high on this candle. I guess haven't been looking at XRP for quite a bit. I apologize, the community members, or I would have given you a congratulations on hitting a new all-time high.
What a fucking piece of shit. You abandoning them like this? Wow.
That invalidates the previous idea where I was saying that you're likely going to get a pullback to the 9 EMA as long as you are below that $3.40 area. Now that you've taken that out, no longer looking for that to happen. You got the expansion from the 5 EMA to new all-time highs. Right now, you are still steadily over that 38.2%, and my meme line, which lines up right over that 61.8% meme line that lines up with the 61.8%, right around that roughly $3 area. $2.90 to $3. As long as you do close over that area, that is what's going to give you your expansion to the 78.6%. Don't pay attention to this number because this is going to update and it could update very significantly. And I'm not saying we're going to go to $27, but wherever that number goes to, whenever it updates, is going to be the target that we're looking for. And the only time that we've ever been over the 61.8% on XRP was the 2017 rally. In 2021, we rejected on the 50%. The only comparable times were 2017 and back in like 2016 when we didn't really have data. The only comparable one is like 2017, and we went to the 100%. I'm not even going to bother looking at that number right now because that would put XRP at greater value than the entire world economy combined. So probably not any relevance.
What are you, blind, dude? Come on, XRP is going to be the new financial system. Dude, come on. XRP is going to that value. Why are you saying that? Are you so bearish? Why are you so bearish?
I guess it'll be several times bigger than the entire world.
That's right.
Is the liquidity coming from Mars?
Well, yeah.
Oh no, they'll just print it. They'll just print it.
They'll print it, but they'll print it and they'll buy it with XRP.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. So all the money is going to turn into XRP.
Oh, I missed that part. It's genius.
Yeah.
Foolproof.
Yeah, it's actually brilliant, and the fact that everybody knows, it's incredible.
Yeah, they want you all to get in, want everyone to be rich.
Yeah, that's how the financial system works, Farhan. They want everybody to be rich. Okay.
It is the monthly is starting to shape up a little nicely now, though, because you're putting in some several drives of hidden bullish divergence over here. You've taken out all of these lows. Price action is steadily putting in higher lows, and you're sitting right at the reset zone. This would be the area to put in that hidden bullish divergence. Technically, it did confirm with this candle close right here because you took out that previous lower high that marks this as a local bottom. So you do have right now 1, 2, 3 drives, possible fourth drive of hidden bullish divergence active. It's not really relevant as long as you are below that median. However, if you combine it with the HPDR at around $3.19, but once you start closing over that median, it's really when you're going to get your busting action, and probably it's going to go straight through $4 because 38.2% is at $4.80, probably somewhere around $5 to be honest. And that target that we've been looking at for the past several months is still looming of $6. It used to be very funny when I was talking about $6 back in like 50, 60 cents, but now not so far away. The jewel is now curving back around, losing the sell signal, going into a neutral signal, very close to shifting into a buy signal. What likely will shift it into a buy signal is if we get a close over $3.02, which is this previous candle's close. That will very likely shift this over into a buy signal. Last time we had a buy signal within the bullish control zone, it hasn't been in a while. It was back in 2017. Wow, some more similarities with 2017. And go to 2-week. 2-week is currently flipped to the upside, starting to shift down, but it hasn't lost the moving average yet and hasn't closed, with volatility still in the expansion phase, and the jewel is giving you a buy signal. Very close to giving you a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, but now it looks like it might diverge and not actually put in the cross. Especially with that buy signal, what you want to see is maintaining a close over this 38.2% and this meme line right around like $2.96. As long as it does hold this area, this should be bullish consolidation, another test upwards. To a weekly. Weekly is now starting to shift down on momentum with volatility contracting, which is some hopium. The jewel is losing the buy signal, shifting into a neutral. Let's zoom in a little bit. And we are about to get a pretty bullish cross with that pink up crossing over the yellow. This is likely going to be one of those jewel setups where it shifts over into a neutral, maybe into a sell, flips back around at the edge of the bullish control zone, and that's where you get the move with the pink crossing above the yellow. If we do continue downwards from here, maybe a move into somewhere around 290 to test that weekly 9 EMA. But based off of that setup, I don't think that's gonna that'll go much lower than there. That would be a pretty high probability long right at that 290. If you can get it, your stop loss at about 272. You would want to be careful with the leverage because that's like how much? 6% down? Nah, you could go wild with that leverage. You could throw that on a 15 or 20x. And you would target from that 290. We retested this 5 EMA at a minimum at about $3.05. That's not bad. Some nice shekels for free. For the 5-day, 5-day, some similar outlook as the weekly, momentum to the downside, volatility contracting the entire time. 5 days, however, giving you a sell signal on the jewel, but you've already gotten that cross. So this is the idea that we're looking for to play out on the weekly, where you're getting a sell signal into the bullish cross that comes back down, flips around right here, puts in some hidden bullish divergence, and then continues upwards. And right now, as long as we are holding over that median and the 9 EMA, shouldn't really be looking for much lower. And that median sits right around that same 290 zone. Very nice area for a long. I think I'm gonna make a mental note of this right after post this XRP.
I was going to say, don't make it a mental note. Let's write it down and post it up and send it to me so I can make money too.
Well, 10x, 15x leverage on XRP is always very, very fun because this thing moves very fast.
It's very scary. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
2 days, any divergences present? There is some hidden bearish divergence possible here. It will be confirmed if you can get a close below about $3. If you start to lose that, then your next target is going to be that 290 to 285 something. Hopefully that confirms so we can get our entry. Go to the daily. Daily is currently freshly flipped back to the upside, getting back over the moving average. Volatility is still contracting, however, and you're close to getting. Oh, you've already gotten the cross actually, so very likely that's already played out. Now you'd be looking for the cross to happen to the upside. As long as we are holding this 38.2% at about $2.97, likely we will get another retest of that 38.2% at around that 290 zone. But then from there, as long as it's holding, maybe a little bit lower to tap this 55 EMA. But you want to see a close of the 38.2%. That should take you back up to like 305, a little higher actually, 309. The 4 hour. 4 hours currently flipped to the downside. Interesting. While volatility is expanding, jewels in the bearish control zone. We are currently happy we reclaimed. Yeah, we did ever so slightly reclaim that 5 EMA. So we want to see on this closure if we can maintain closing over that 5 EMA. That should take us upwards to that 305 to 309 area. Start to reject this 5 EMA, then you're likely going to sweep this low and go down to 290 to get our entry, and then high probability bounce on, especially since you're in the 88.3%. Go to RSI. Now looking back on the monthly, the XRP BTC is reclaimed at 55 EMA, which has been resistance when we tested it right here. We rejected it. We came all the way down to the 9. Now we've reclaimed it. We're holding above it. We're even holding above the do we have a 5? Yeah, we're holding above the 5 EMA as well. And as long as you're holding above that 5 EMA, this should be looked at as bullish consolidation before it tests upwards to that 100. And that is decent amount higher than where we are right now. It doesn't look like that much on the chart. That's like a 25% move up versus the Bitcoin pairing, which is going to be an even bigger move up versus the US dollar pairing. Doesn't seem so crazy for that $485 anymore, or 6. Let's see, monthly, any divergence present? Not quite, came very close. 2 week now has active hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about many zeros, 2550, and your next target is that neutral zone and then the simple moving average. Can't really hit any targets off of that. I hate these multiple zeros. Nothing. Daily. Oh, daily is about to put in drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about many zeros 2626, and that will give you a relevant target of hitting minimum this 55 EMA at like 2539, and then the next level below there, which is likely going to test, in my opinion, somewhere around this cross between the 100 and the 200, right at that 2460 area, and still would be a higher low in that zone as well. Ever so slightly higher low, but a higher low nonetheless. 4 hours now put in many drives of bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over many zeros, 565, and your next target is going to be into somewhere around this EMA cross right here, with the 100 and the 55, which is about many zeros, 265. Monthly, there's some actually. Is there? 2, 3, the close is 3035. The close on this one is, oh no, escaped some bearish divergence by not making a higher high. Come on. 2 weeks got bullish, hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, as on the US dollar pairing, as well as the Bitcoin pairing, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 290. Oh, very relevant area. And your next target is going to be into the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. That gives you a target between 346 and 378. 346 is right along our current. Oh no, it's a little bit below our current all-time highs. 378 is right along the all-time highs. Weekly. Weekly's got 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $3.35. Next move, you already hit the easy target with the edge of the bullish control zone. Simple moving average is the next area, sitting at, oh, what do you know? Beautiful number of $2.91. I like that a lot. And as long as you're holding over that simple moving average, you should get another test of that bullish control zone at about 312. Nothing. Nothing. There's some possible hidden bullish divergence here, because we have taken out these lows while price is still technically making higher lows. This will confirm with any close over about $3.16. That should send you up to somewhere around the bullish control zone, which is right now at 433. Daily's got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about same number, 316. Next target is the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 273. There's some hidden bearish divergence possible also. If you took out these previous highs on momentum where price is making lower highs, that will confirm with the close below about 307, which we are below right now. 4 hour, nothing really. Check the momentum. On the monthly, momentum is flipping freshly back to the upside. We're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.27. And we have a nice close over this meme line, back test of this meme line on this current monthly candle, and we're just holding it as support. Kind of front ran that 5 EMA as well. 2 week is also flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 217, and we've got volatility expansion from below that 15%. Weekly is currently freshly flipped to the downside. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 346. Volatility is basically just about to go into a contraction phase. Very, very close. We're now below the moving average ever so slightly. We just want to see the close to confirm that volatility contraction. And then it's going to be a little bit more a bias to the bulls for a higher low right in this zone here, right between 290, maybe 285. 5 days also freshly flipped to the downside. Going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 323. Volatility is already starting to contract on the 5-day. 2 days also flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. You're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 313. Daily is also flipped to the downside with volatility contraction. You're going to be flipped down as long as you're below 330. Got a derp of death as well. And 4 hours currently flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 305. So on the high time frames, XRP is starting to shift more to the bullish side. You're getting momentum freshly flipping back up. On the monthly, you're maintaining the bullish control zone. On the Bitcoin pairing, it is starting to look good on the high time frames as well, maintaining that 55 EMA. Holding over that would give you a target towards that 100, which is about 25% higher on the Bitcoin pairing. On the US dollar pairing, momentum on the medium to lower time frames is starting to flip down, all the way down to the 4 hour, which does give you a setup testing somewhere around maybe 285 to 290. There's a high probability that zone will hold based off the monthly momentum and the monthly trend right now. Very high probability bounce, at the very least, a bounce, strong bounce at 285 to 290. You'd be looking for a test into the threes after that, and I do think personally that's going to be a reversal into somewhere around our current all-time highs, which is around like 360, maybe slightly higher for like 378, 380. And then the next zone is at that HPDR level at about $4.80. And then above there is that prophesized $6 area. And the invalidation right now is either getting a tick below about $1.61 or a weekly close below about $2.72. Either one of those two things, and I'll go back to the drawing board and I won't be so bullish anymore. But I do think right now somewhere down into maybe 290, 285, and I think we'll strongly bounce from that zone.
All righty. Thank you, senor. Appreciate it. Yeah, my mic is on. Thank God. All righty. All right. I don't know. I fucking hate my old lines. All righty. Vamos a ver, papi. Estamos viendo XRP, por supuesto, en una tabla trimestral. Disculpen todos los dibujitos pendejos. Un segundo. Déjenme los borro de una vez. Ok. Estamos viendo XRP. Tabla trimestral. Pueden ver. De bajos, estamos siendo bajos más altos. Mínimo todo este tiempo, y ahora lo puedes ver acá, un bajo más alto está en 1.6 y continuamos esa tendencia a la alta. Acabamos de crear marcos altos históricos en 3.66, 5, no llegamos al número del diablo, pero ahí estamos todavía en máximos históricos. Por ahora estamos ante el cierre más alto probable de esta tabla trimestral. Falta todavía un mes y 13 días para dárnoslo, pero cerrar por encima de esta línea en los 2.90 sería completamente ideal. Mensual podemos ver, esto es lo que les estaba explicando acá. Esta es la zona importante para aguantar. Si podemos aguantar en este momento tal cual por encima de los 2.90, que es lo que estamos pensando que vaya a ser el retroceso y la gran oportunidad, porque en temporalidades altas todo se ve más alcista. Pero ya entrando abajo de la mensual, empezamos a ver momentum volteado para abajo, más bajista, y eso no dice que es el final de nada. Lo que dice es que probablemente vengamos una vez más a esta zona, y esta zona de los 2.90 deba de aguantar para poder catapultarnos a un nuevo máximo histórico en XRP, tal vez esos $4, tal vez esos $6, dependiendo de qué tanta ilusión tengas. Y qué tanto le pidas al universo que te... Por ahora, la parte alta a romper van a ser los 320. Una vez que rompas los 320, vas a tener esa probabilidad alta de irte a los 480, que es la parte alta de la zona azul. Y hasta ahí me voy a quedar. No voy a darte que voy a subir a 6, a 9. Primero hagamos una por una. 320 primero para arriba, y eso nos daría la parte alta de la zona azul. Si rompemos los 290, podríamos ir a buscar estos 246, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, y también donde está tu promedio del 9. Eso simplemente lo único que haría es continuar con esta tendencia que estás viendo acá, literalmente así, y esto sería pum, rebote, y pues continúa siendo bajos más altos. No tendría gran efecto en esto. Volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento en el precio de XRP. 2 semanas estamos justamente llegando a la parte baja de la zona azul, a la parte alta de la zona azul, cayendo desde el 61.8% al 38.2%. Nos aguantó el promedio del 9 por ahora, y esperaríamos que eso nos impulse a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 322. Eso nos pondría en esa tesitura una vez más, arriba de los 322 con cierre mensual para llegar a los 480. Lo que no queremos perder definitivamente son los 2.95. Eso probablemente te dé el movimiento a los 2.90 o hasta los 2.64. Esos 2.64 deben de aguantar. De no aguantar los 2.64, te irías a los 2.40, y de 2.40 de no poder aguantarlos, ya estarías buscando esos 1.96. En el 1.96 empezamos a voltearnos nosotros y creer que esto se cocinó, así que no estaríamos tan tan excitados por ello, ¿no? Tan entusiasmados por ello. Sé que hay mucha gente que dice excitado cuando se le para el pene, pero es lo mismo. Perdón, no tiene nada de sentido lo que estoy diciendo. Ok. Acá, importante, pueden ver justamente nuestro promedio del 9 en la semanal. Está en los 2.91. Esta es la zona a aguantar. Esto es donde tenemos que aguantar ese throwback para poder dar continuación a la alza. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que queremos romper antes? Los 306. 306, 320, 320 te lleva 480 o 460 y de ahí vamos para arriba. Así que así es como lo veríamos. Volatilidad empieza a contraer, está por debajo del promedio. A ver la de 2 días. No la de 2 minutos, no seas mamón, cabrón. Ahí está. La de 2 días y aquí es donde ponemos, ¿no? Habíamos caído justamente en esto. Habíamos caído del 9 acá. Regresamos, la retomamos. Caemos, retomamos, caemos. Y en este momento estamos por debajo de la media, en la de 2 días. Y nuestro promedio del 21 está en los 2.98. De no aguantar los 2.98, la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 2.8, junto con el promedio del 34. Esta zona es la crítica a aguantar. Si aguantas esta zona y no te llevas estos mínimos de 2.72, ese va a ser tu máxima oportunidad para ir en un long. Si te llegas a llevar esto, esta va a ser básicamente tu invalidación, ¿no? Los 2.72. Si te llegas a llevar los 2.72 para abajo, empezaríamos a pensar que los objetivos a la baja serían más grandes. Por ejemplo, 267 hasta tu promedio del 100, que está en los 244. Déjame ver la diaria. Diaria, justamente perdimos el 9. Aparte de que el 9 la media cae por debajo del 9. El 5 está aquí abajo. Esto nos enseña debilidad. Ya venimos a visitar la parte baja de la zona azul y hicimos un front run al 50% y al 55% una vez más, como nos aguantó acá. Esperaríamos que nos aguante por acá en los 290. 290, 286. Esa es la máxima zona a perder. Una vez que te lleves estos mínimos, ahí se acabó la fiesta. Ok, y puesto sencillo para todos ustedes, damas y caballeros. Ahí les va. Si somos alcistas en XRP, queremos que no se pierda esta zona. Queremos mantener los 285 a 290, que esto aguante, esto nos lleve para arriba. Niveles a ver a la alza. 307, 308. De romper los 308, 320. 320 te lleva muy probablemente a los 398, 398 a 4 y cacho. ¿Ok? Y a la baja sería simplemente perder los 285 y llevarte estos mínimos de acá. Si te llevas los 272, vas a tener muchas más probabilidades de continuar cayendo hasta por acá, al SMA 200. Así que mantengan un ojo bien pelado por ahí. Vámonos a ver el peso dólar con Alex en XRP.
I'll check some Forex out.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's take a little look. What do I have here? So this is the yearly chart. Interesting. Okay. Well, already off first glance, yearly's at the 9, so more likely to get some kind of bounce, but can't really trade off a yearly chart now. We also are at the monthly here. This is an interesting perspective because turning the HPDR off, what you have is you're at that EMA 100 on the monthly. Now, this is important because, into July, you put in a very nice candle for bulls. So they're going to be looking at these lows to kind of hold. You're even noticing here, you were unable to actually swipe July's low. And so now bulls really need to start bouncing us up. I'd like to see the monthly EMA 100 hold as support and simply make a move back to the monthly 9. The monthly 9's been resistance since we lost it in April. So there's really no reason to overcomplicate it. You understand the EMA 100 is a big zone. It being on a monthly really does make it a big zone. And so that can maybe help bulls get a push up to resistance again. Now, getting a push up to resistance could mean two things. You're either going to roll over, reject, Into September, you're going to lose the EMA 100, and then therefore then giving you a bias of actually moving a lot lower, potentially all the way down to $17. Or you're going to actually see support hold and get reclaimed, support being the EMA 100. This acted as solid resistance on this move down. You then got above this, flipped it into support. You got expansion. And so as long as you're staying above that, going above specifically $20 basically. I know Forex is more specific, so that it's actually at $19.66. 19.66996 to be more specific. Then I'll be on the camp that this has bottomed off the EMA 100. What you don't want to do is be too aggressive here without actually confirmation of a bottom, right? You very well could get a bounce. The bounce could reject, then you roll over, just adhering to lower highs. And that's why getting back above the meme line and also the monthly 9 is going to be a big zone for me on the peso. You want to really see this get back back within this range and actually reclaim back above that $19 region. That'll be very helpful in helping bulls kind of solidify this being a local bottom. It's not really, though, until you get back above $20.20 basically, where then the fun begins again, where you can actually get upside expansion. You can actually start testing closer to $22, if not even all the way back to around that $25 region. So it's really just going to be dependent on that $20 region getting reclaimed, starting with the monthly 9. Until then, yeah, this is just out of bounce zone, and that bounce zone could easily retest this monthly 21. It already got a bounce. You broke down. You very well could get a move up to that zone before rejecting. And so that's why I wanted to start this off with the monthly, because it kind of keeps us in check. We are at support, so we should be gauging more of a bounce from the zone. But it's just going to be a matter of, does that bounce just fizzle out at the moving averages, or can we actually make our way closer to the meme line and get a reclaim? That reclaim is really what I want to solidify a bottom. And so if I trim the 55 off, because I don't trade off the 55, what do you have on this bi-monthly? We have a massive just loss of support. And so we already had this zone circled from the monthly. Any move up to that zone right around $19.20 needs to be looked at as resistance. That's why it's going to be really crucial to get back above that $19.66 region. Because, that at least can keep you in check without getting bullish at resistance. Once you get back above the meme line, specifically on a monthly close, it's going to start looking like a reclaim. And then you potentially are going to get a shot at testing that $20 region. This was a loss of support. So bears were looking for a rally up, and they're kind of gauging this to be a bearish retest zone before going all the way down to that $17 region, which is right at that bi-monthly EMA 100, which kind of lines up nicely with the SMA 200. So it is going to just lie with this monthly losing the EMA 100, in my opinion. The two bi-monthly is not the cleanest to me, because you very well could get a bigger bounce here. That's why I gauge the monthly, and then we can use the monthly and gauge the weekly, and then it kind of becomes clear where, this isn't still bear territory. It's really going to be crucial to see bulls kind of pick up here, because this is just still inconsistent lower high posturing, and you're even under the weekly EMA 9. So bulls don't really have too much going for them here other than a monthly EMA 100, which granted has held. But as soon as you lose that, it's going to really become a death sentence for the peso. And I could see it aggressively dropping down to around that 1750 region. Just right into the zone here. So this is just not a good perspective. But you can see the argument on why bulls do need to pick up, because if they busted up, went all the way up to the meme line, this would look like a weekly trend shift, higher low, maybe throwback at the weekly SMA 200. And then we can look at the monthly, maybe reclaiming the zone. That's like the bull hopium. Until then, this has more of a greater chance of breaking down. And it looks like to me, bears are keeping this down right at the SMA 200. That is a big zone. This is the previous zone where, we found resistance before bigly breaking down. You had lost it, and then bears just stayed solidly under the weekly SMA 200, giving you a weekly evening star, follow through down. So when you see consolidation under the SMA 200, that's not bullish, and that's actually concerning. And that's why it plays into exactly our point on the monthly, which is you need to see bulls pick up here. You need to start seeing this EMA 100 actually start moving us up, and specifically getting right back above that monthly EMA 9. That'll start being a really good sign to then start becoming a bull on the peso. But it's just never bullish as long as you're under the monthly 9, and specifically never bullish as long as you're consolidating under that weekly SMA 200. Let's see here. Okay. Now throw the 55 back on. You already have a bias here, which is, yes, downside continuation, weekly downtrend. This downtrend can potentially start breaking if bears can't really defend July 28th wick high. And so this is why bears are going to be using this EMA 9 to kind of act as the spot to start shorting. Because this does have a fresh silver cross. You have already a weekly EMA 9 test. You've already put in the bearish retest of the weekly SMA 200. So they're simply just going to look at this as continuation into September. So be very cautious of this. Understand this can shift in favor of bulls very quickly. But you need to be on that camp, you just need like a move like this. You need a trend shift, and then at very minimum consolidation above the SMA 200. Then I can feel more confident of that monthly taking precedent and actually moving up closer to $19.66. Now, break it more down. 5-day won't be much different than the weekly. We'll go to the 2-day. 2-day is kind of giving bulls somewhat of hopium, which is you're back above the 2-day 9. Big question mark if this will hold. But again, this is where just trend comes into play, and you're still putting in lower highs. So it's going to be really crucial here to see bulls break us out, get back above the 2-day SMA 200. Reclaim.
That's an inverse head and shoulders.
It is. Good eye. You're using this as the head, left, right, boom. Typical.
It's very dirty, but it is.
Bottom. Typical though in bottoms, and they can be very dirty too. But yeah, this is also good confluence of more of a move up. But again, you just want to be gauging that 2-day EMA 34. Play what you know. Above the EMA 34 puts it in a buy trigger. It being right on the SMA 200 just gives you confluence of that buy trigger. And then you'll just be focused on the EMA 100, which it's sitting right around that $19.31 region, giving you an idea of maybe testing into this resistant region. So for me, I really do want to see the peso move up within the next 11 days. I want to see this monthly actually, get some kind of a bounce here, some kind of relief, and start making its way towards that monthly EMA 21. Even if you were the biggest bear, you still would be gauging a move up to the 21, retesting it, maybe flipping into resistance, and then rolling over. It's never wise though shorting into a EMA 100 on a monthly, front running a breakdown, targeting an SMA 200 when you haven't even lost that yet, and you're even putting in lower time frame, reversal patterns potentially. So that's all I have on the peso. You should be gauging, if you're playing this to the upside, your spot to break as a bull is simply here. You just need to break basically any wick above $19.
What EMA is that one? That EMA is literally drawing the head and shoulders, like the zone where you need to break out perfectly.
The blue?
No, the white one.
Oh, this white one. Oh, yeah, this is the SMA 200 on the 2-day.
Oh, which, there you go.
Luckily for us, has that EMA 34 right there. So that's what I was saying. Just play what you know. If you get back above that EMA 34, that's already a buy trigger to the EMA 100. Makes it a lot easier when you have that SMA 200 right there as well. So yeah. Let me see here. You can measure this if you even just use it like that, right? You're just using this as like
To the highest point.
yeah.
There you go. And then there you go.
Here, yeah. Oh, look at that. Right into our region that we were talking about. That's funny. Right into that $19 and 35 cents, $19.40. It's a big spot. It's a big spot. And that is what's gonna really determine if we're gonna get a bigger bounce or not. Because you just have a lot of resistance under $19.66. That's why that's my line in the sand. You can be aggressive, play the 2-day, the weekly, the monthly. Understand the monthly is at a major spot of support, and you can be gauging the 2-day and playing this potentially to get a bias, maybe going up. But just understand that like any move that's not reclaiming back above $19.66 is just going to fizzle out. That's why this is my line in the sand. You need to start getting back above this region to actually start moving up. So I won't call this a local bottom until you get a weekly close above $19.66. That should be very good, and that just plays into the 2-week SMA 200 getting reclaimed. So yeah, that's all I have. It's looking very weak, but a little hopium here for bulls on that monthly chart. You just as a bull need to see this move up because you still are putting in lower highs here. So it's questionably bullish at this point. So yeah, this is a big spot though. So you potentially have a bottom candle. And so you need this to get potentially expansion or just follow through. Follow through simply just moving up towards these moving averages would be great. That'd be perfect. So we'll have to see where this actually closes. And we can quickly see this is still in breakdown, but you are at the extremes. And the fact that this is already at the 95% on the monthly is crazy. That's crazy because this is Forex and all this chart's been around since 96. So, or 95, I should be more specific.
That's so funny because that's when they changed the older peso to the newer one. Because before you used to have like 1,000 pesos was 1 peso. So one day the government said, we're going to change the way that you look at the peso. Literally, it was like a promotion. And they were like, we're going to cut 3 zeros out of it. And that caused like the greatest financial crisis Mexico has ever seen. Oh, yeah. Wow. They just decided to cut 3 zeros. They were just like, let's go. And that's when that starts, which is the funniest thing in the world.
Stock split, but for currencies.
For currencies, dude. It was fucking incredible. And I remember shit was literally, I wanted a toy so bad that was 11 pesos. And it was like, I would go to the toy store and just look at it and go like, fuck, man, I need to get these 11 pesos. And then one day, because I would go every weekend to look at the fucking toy and like see it and just imagining myself getting it. And one day I just walked into that store and the toy was 33 pesos now. I was like, how am I going to pay for this? And I never got it.
Never got the toy.
No, never got the toy. 33 pesos, dude. It fucking went up 3 times what it was before.
Jeez. Definitely not manipulated. Yeah. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
Definitely not. Forex would never be manipulated like that.
That's
so I'm looking at the dollar because remember, if we're going to be looking at Forex, I do think it's wise to be looking at the dollar. It's kind of just like it gives you a good foundation because if the peso, if it looks like it's going to potentially bottom, then to me that must mean that Dixie must be needing to go up potentially. And so what we have on Dixie now is, well, the monthly close beautiful. You actually got a reclaim of the EMA 100. This is a bullish deviation. Now, what we need, and this plays exactly into our idea on peso, which is within 11 days, I need to see this back above $99 simply. It needs to be back above $99, getting this bought up and holding specifically above the EMA 100. If that can occur and we actually close August above the monthly EMA 100 on the dollar, that's going to be the first big sign that this could be potentially a bottom. And my next objective on the dollar would simply be that monthly 9, which is right at 101. And so my point on the dollar is the peso to me looks like it's potentially giving bulls some hopium right at the monthly. The monthly, even on the dollar too, is giving you confluence of this idea. You just simply need to now see the dollar move up and the peso move up. And it, in my opinion, needs to happen within 11 days. So we will see what has occurred within 11 days. But if, let's say, the dollar loses this EMA 100, stays under $98.73, yeah, next objective for me will be closer to $93. Or this is a bullish deviation. This holds the throwback, and we start making our way up to around that 101 in like September, October, which then could play in nicely with the peso moving up. I always do that. I always do that as well. Literally every single time I always do that. It's funny. And visually you can just see that, right? Like you really are at the spot. Like this is going to either bounce or you're going to lose a major support, giving you a massive bearish bias into September, October. So it kind of makes sense. I do wonder if there's any data coming out within the next 11 days because, well, Forex is looking like it's at the spot right now for me. I'm curious to where Euro's at too. Oh, and Euro.
Well,
look at
there's
that.
hang on, the rate cut for the Federal Reserve, right? When's the next rate cut for the Federal Reserve? Well, what everyone is expecting it to be, the next meeting.
I don't. So it's.
Let me see. I'll look it up.
Sometime in the summer, I think.
When
We're in the
is
summer
the
now.
Fed meeting?
September.
September 16th to 17th. So no, it's not 11 days. It's a month away.
So
But we have Jackson Hole on Friday, which again, all stupid data. But
Jackson's Hole. Oh,
Jackson's Hole. That's right.
That actually, that's the you said this Friday.
Yeah.
That'll be actually interesting. That could maybe bring volatility. Maybe, I don't know. I think in 2022 it did when
that's when he fucking went nuts, right? When when Ursula von der Leyen came out and said something, and then Jerome Powell came out and was like, "Oh yeah, fuck you, here we go," and he just threw everything that von der Leyen had said about the dollar and euro out the window, and then Jerome Powell just fucking shat on everyone's dreams.
And wasn't transitory, I guess.
Yeah, that was a massive Jackson's Hole.
I remember that one. So I was short that day. That's why I vividly remember that one because I was front running news and I was short, and I made a lot of money on that dump. And then I went to Greece, Europe. That was nice because the euro, segueing into the euro, was really low. Right, and even your euro, like Forex is set up. It's at the spot. This is potentially a bearish retest, and you're potentially going to start seeing that $1 and 1.12607 get tested closer to the monthly 9. So you really need to be watching the monthly close on Forex. This was a pretty nasty dump. So, it makes sense you're going to get some kind of bounce. But I really do want to see where all these close within 11 days because, bulls are really just looking for this to move up, reclaim $1.17, and then move up to that finally $1.20 region. All while the dollar potentially is going to put in a massive loss of support after it got reclaimed, just trapping bulls and potentially putting in a lower high. And that's why I want to see continuation in 11 days. The dollar I'd like to see go up to 101, but even if it could just hold above $99, it's good for me. And yeah, the peso to me needs to bounce from here. If it doesn't, I do think you're going to end up losing this $18.50 region before the month end. Giving you a bias then of a deeper pullback, maybe to around that $17 region. So that's all I have on Forex.
Very well done, sir, and very well done, boys. Anything else you guys like to add before you go? Because you're done. You're donezo.
No, great stream. Happy Monday. And I'll be scoping setups for the Academy. Watch the Discord chat. And I do think that, in the next 11 days, like the end of the month close is going to be interesting to watch. And that does make sense with a bi-monthly happening with a monthly as well. So
very nice.
Yep.
Why, thank you guys.
Keep a lookout for the alerts. I'm about to post one for XRP.
Do it up, son. I'm copying that one. You're pretty fucking good at that. Thank you.
Yeah, for real.
Excellent. Cool. Excellent. Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Vale, se va el equipo A, pero cabrones, aquí veo que tienen tres cosas que quieren ver rápido, yo se las voy a poner, así que el equipo B es el que les va a presentar esto en putiza. Para empezar, peso dólar, bastante sencillo, honestamente. Lo único que estamos buscando, el peso dólar continúa en la misma tendencia. Recuerda que cada que esto sube, el dólar vale más que el peso. Eso quiere decir que el peso se devalúa. Cada que tocamos la parte baja del canal, eventualmente vamos a la parte alta, de la parte alta a la parte baja, la parte baja a la parte alta, etcétera. Simplemente la media se encuentra en los 21 pesos con 6 centavos, con 60 centavos por dólar. Y la parte alta está en los 25, pero eso es si esta vela llega hasta acá, que no va a pasar y va a tardar lo que vaya a tardar, y es por eso que 26, 27 es nuestro objetivo que sigue. Por ahora el dólar el peso está haciendo un piso por acá, lo tengo en la tabla de 6 meses, es la única que veo con esto, no me interesa ver nada más, es estúpido en mi opinión desperdiciar tu tiempo en esto. Esto fue en el 2024 cuando llegamos a los 16.2 pesos por dólar. Y desde entonces hemos estado haciendo este alto y un alto más alto, un bajo, bueno, este bajo más alto que este y un bajo más alto que este. El dólar puede todavía caer a los 18.2, 18 cerrados, que es donde tengo ya mi última orden. Todavía sigue ahí esperando solita la pendeja. Aunque ahora sí que está agregando más pesos a ella. Si es que se llega a dar, si no se llega a dar, no se llega a dar. Lo que yo diría es, lo importante aquí es no llevarte este mínimo. Si te llevas los 17.6, estamos mal y el peso le va a ganar al dólar por la gran potencia económica que es México, que todos sabemos. Y eso quiere decir que el peso va a cortar estos 16.2 y probablemente se vaya a 14. ¿Ok? Pero eso es si te llevas este mínimo en los 17.6. Te llevas los 17.6 y después los 16.3, ahí es donde vas a 14 por dólar. Pero por ahora, el dólar continúa en su tendencia alcista a largo plazo. Lo puedes ver acá claramente. Está apoyándose el promedio del 34. El promedio del 34 nunca lo había tocado. Esta es la única vez que lo había tocado en toda la historia. El promedio del 21 lo había tocado, que es la línea amarilla, una vez en toda su historia. Y aquí lo perdió tantito haciendo un SFP. Normalmente esto es un movimiento muy alcista. Así que puede que me haya perdido mi entrada. ¿Qué es lo que buscas si eres alcista en el dólar contra el peso? Simplemente romper los 18.9. Una vez que estés por encima de los 18.9, vas a tener aire limpio a crear un alto más alto por ahí de los 21 y te va a dar continuación. Te va a poner la diaria para que veas algo rápido. Esto podría ser el principio del patrón de fondo en el peso contra el dólar. Déjenme regreso a esa línea donde está, que es muy importante para mí. Acá, ¿por qué lo digo? Porque este mínimo, este low, está en 18.50-55.5. Este low está en 18.50-95.6. Es más bajo este que este. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido y normalmente un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido es un movimiento o patrón que sugiere que ya tocaste fondo del movimiento. ¿Y cómo lo medimos? Simplemente vamos a la parte más baja de esto, lo ponemos en donde se rompe el cuello y una vez que se rompe el cuello, digamos que lo haces por acá. Tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 19.5. Y ya arriba de los 19.5 te ponen esa tesitura donde estabas viendo la tabla de 6 meses, para que lo vean en putiza, donde estás ya por encima del promedio del 9, estás por encima de esta resistencia y esto te debería de dar un tiro mínimo a los 21.5, 21.6 y hasta después, eventualmente, no sé cuánto tiempo vaya a tomar, a los 27. Les tengo la teoría de conspiración más loca del mundo, pero no para ahorita. Les voy a dar después. Así que esto continúa tal cual como lo habíamos dicho, esperando ese momento de capitulación final de todo. Puede que se haya dado ya. Yo puse todo, ya les había dicho y se los dije abiertamente, puse todas mis órdenes, solamente me falta la última, que era la división de mi última orden en 2 o 3, no me acuerdo cuánto hice, en ya en los 18 planos. Si no me llego a los 18 planos, pues está bien, ya chingué de todas maneras y me llevo mis pezones en dolarones y nos vamos por ahí. Y ahí con eso dicho, rápido vamos al yen. Mucha gente, una vez más, solamente para que lo comprendan, el yen está, por más que sea como una tendencia alcista y la mamada que todo el mundo está haciéndole de pedo, a menos de que tenga cierres por encima de 148, 1.82 es esta línea amarilla. El mercado, una vez que cruce por encima de esto, y puedes ver que no lo ha hecho, una vez que lo haga, aquí es donde el mercado va a empezar a sufrir. Por ahora, todo lo que estás viendo es una corrección a mi gusto, simplemente basado en esta tabla. Y esta tabla la puedes hacer mensual, que es la mejor vista de ella, y poder ver esto. ¿Por qué? Porque tuviste esta vela mensual que cerró en julio y ahora tienes la pérdida del mismo. Esto simplemente es un S&P, te lleva para abajo. Esto sería muy alcista para la bolsa, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos, por el tiempo en lo que lo está haciendo. El euro está haciendo justamente lo que habíamos dicho también. Está siendo rechazado en esta zona. Esta es la línea a rechazar. Esto parece una consolidación bajista, donde después vamos a romper esta zona de los 11.09 e irnos para abajo. Esto es para, me estaba burlando de alguien que no entiende cómo funciona Forex, perdón. Y vamos a ver el dólar en putiza. El dólar continúa en mi plan. ¿Quieren ver dónde el dólar ya tomó fuerza y se va a ir a máximos históricos? Una vez que rompamos los 102.090. Una vez que rompas el nivel de los 102.090 con el dólar a la alza, esta madre va a llevarse estos máximos y probablemente irse a los 119. Y ahí es donde la bolsa estaría cayendo con muchísima fuerza, donde verías el yen completamente colapsar, que es justamente lo que estaba diciendo. Acá, un segundo, denle 30 minutos a esta chingadera. Esto literalmente se dispararía para arriba. Esto es como el peso con el dólar. Mientras más baja esto, más le conviene al yen. Mientras más sube, menos le conviene al yen. Y ese sería el movimiento efectivamente que estamos esperando. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver en putiza las otras que me habían preguntado. Me dice Sergio Zurita. Mi Sergio, vamos a ver Nike en putiza para ver si es un bearish retest, la posibilidad de lo que estás buscando por acá. Dame un segundito. ¿Dónde está esta chingadera de Nike? Me tengo que organizar mejor mi desmadre. Aquí está. Nike te puede dar ese retesteo bajista acá, lo estoy viendo en la mensual. Ahora, el 5 acaba de cruzar por encima del 200, primera llamada. Si llegas a romper, tu zona a saber si eres alcista o bajista en Nike es llevarte esto, porque esto también tiene el promedio del 21. ¿Y esa zona está en dónde? En los 82.50. Con que cierres por encima de los 82.50, muy probablemente esto vaya a dar continuación a la alza. Y además, en la mensual tienes 1, 2 cierres por encima del promedio del 9. Bueno, tienes 1. Este sería el segundo. Siempre, si eres bajista, quieres perder los $70. Ahora, de que esto lo va a romper a la primera, no. Pero yo no jugaría acá simplemente viendo este gráfico tal cual. Esto parece un S&P a la baja del S&P 200 mensual. ¿Y esto cuántas veces lo ha tocado Nike? Nunca en su puta vida. Nunca. Nunca, nunca, nunca. Yo creo que esto es más alcista que bajista. Ahora, de nuevo, tienes al equipo B en este análisis. También, igual con el trimestral, el EMA 100, que es la línea roja, nunca la había tocado en toda la historia de la tabla, vino a absorber la liquidez y se fue para arriba. Y acá justo tienes el promedio del 55 y el promedio del 9 en la trimestral, que está justamente en esos 83, 82. Personalmente, yo creo que va a ir a romper eso y para arriba. Este pudo haber sido el fondo de Nike. Ahora, cualquier cosa puede pasar. ¿Cómo sabes si esto se va a ir a la mierda? Lo único que tiene que hacer Nike es caer por debajo de los $58. Y con eso, esto fue el S&P y vámonos para continuación a la baja. Diario tienes un Silver Cross por fin acá, a la alza. Tienes este patrón. Este es un patrón como de hombro, cabeza, hombro, pero si vuelve a caer para acá. Sí, no te quieres llevar esta zona. Estás por encima de todos los promedios. Se empieza a ver honestamente muy bien Nike. Como puede que ya haya capitulado. Ahora esto no dice que en 2 días va a llegar a tope, ¿no? Pero es a mí lo que me está diciendo. Aparte tocaste el 97%. La última vez que lo hizo fue en octubre del 2022 y eso fue el fondo de ese movimiento, pero después dio continuación. La media está justo por acá. Sí, básicamente es eso con Nike, bastante sencillo de entender. Te llevas este máximo de febrero del 2025, vas para arriba. Y ahora, el retesteo bajista podría ser acá, ¿eh? Atento. De aquí a acá, si te caíste, nunca volviste a tocar esto, caíste, puedes volver a venir a los 99 y rechazar. Pero por ahora este movimiento es alcista. Ok, eso es Nike. ¿Cuál era la otra que me habían pedido? NWL. Espérame, solamente me aseguro. ¿Cómo estás, Abu? Te mando un abrazote y gracias por extrañarme, cabrón. Yo también te extrañé. NWL. Déjame veo AI. Eder, ¿cómo mamas con esta madre? Pero yo también estoy metido, así que vamos a verlo. Espérame, lo voy a poner en la. Era la semanal, la vista que me gusta. Está perrada. Un segundo. Es que qué desmadre de gráfico. Denme 30 días para poder hacer esto, por favor. Earnings. Como si los earnings en esta madre importaran, honestamente, esta es una chingadera. ¿Cuándo los dan? Hoy. Faraday Future Plan Stock Purchases reflect on core leadership, continuing confidence in the company. No me gusta que estén intentando vender una narrativa positiva, pero esto sigue siendo alcista. El promedio del 9 en la semanal ya está por encima del 21 y el 5 está aquí arriba. Esto lo pone perfectamente bien y es la primera vez que lo ha hecho en, no mames, creo que desde todo el gráfico. Vamos a ver rápido la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas también. Bien. Mensual. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, 1, este sería nuestro segundo, bueno, 1, 2 y este sería nuestro tercer mes. Esta es mi confirmación alcista con volatilidad cayendo diaria. Diaria, aquí es donde está jugándote el juego. Puede caer hasta acá tranquilamente, por ahí de los 2.26, 2.30 y simplemente hacer un bajo más alto. Y eso te daría a continuación este bajo y esto sería una trampa para los bajistas. Si eres alcista en esta chingadera, simplemente no quieres perder este mínimo. Si llegas a ver que te llevas los 2.01, adiós. Corta tu entrada porque esta madre va a continuar bajando y se va a ir a cero. Pero si puedo aguantar este mínimo de acá, en los 2.01, esto va a continuar a la alza. Ok, eso es FFIA, era NWL. Dices, Mr. Steele, tío, cuando pueden analizar NWL, Newell Brands, esta compañía recibió la semana pasada una comitiva de inversionistas institucionales, estaba cotizando en límites de soporte. Interesante, NWL. No, no es esta. Newell Brands, es esta chingadera. A ver, espérame, ¿cuántos datos tengo de esta empresa? Desde el 72. Tu pedo es que hiciste un bajo más bajo en la tendencia total. Esta madre es bajista, muy bajista, muy bajista. Para voltear y empezar a decir esto es alcista, lo primero que tienes que hacer es treparte encima de los $7.70, que es este punto. Yo es más, lo pondría aquí, acá. Primero por encima de los $9. Y luego tienes que llevarte estos 11.70, porque está haciendo altos más bajos y bajos más bajos, tío. Y sobre todo estos del 2008, 2009. No sé qué tan buena oportunidad sea esto. Esta es tu zona. Una vez que estés por encima de esto, de todas maneras, vas a tener mínimo un pompazo hasta los 25. No te apures en esto, es lo que yo diría. En Newell. Ah, nada, mi Ramón, un saludote, cabrón. ¿Quieres ver el JP vale, para cerrar esta chingadera? 225. O sea, ¿qué más quieres? Cualquier retroceso a la zona de los 3,500, 39,500, oportunidad. Cuando en realidad el breakout ocurre acá, en los 40,300. Esta es mi zona de breakout. Pueden ver el por qué. Cualquier throwback a esta zona es oportunidad. Esto simplemente está en una tendencia alcista y no para. Ahí lo tienes, mi Ramón. No hay más. Me gustaría que fuera más complejo. Pero también no estoy analizando todas las temporalidades, no estoy viendo nada. Esto se ve así de sencillo, ¿no? No tengo la menor idea, como siempre, de lo que estoy hablando. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Elite Trading Academy trayéndoles esto en vivo y en directo a todo color, estos buenos trades. Y recuerden, no estén pendientes a lo que dice Jerome Powell, a lo que dice nadie. Nada de estas estupideces funcionan. Aunque estés pendiente y escuches todos los speeches, dime cómo mierdas puedes tradearlo. Simplemente toda la realidad es, el dinero está barato o está caro. Es todo. Es todo, de corazón se los digo para que no estén preocupados. Lo que menos quieres es estar preocupado para poder escucharte bien y poder tomar las mejores decisiones posibles para adelante. Voy a cambiar un poco el formato de esta chingadera. No el E-Trading Academy, lunes, miércoles, viernes, todo bien. Pero voy a cambiar el formato de mi canal. Voy a hacer videos normales, como cualquier otra persona y ser humano de 10, 20, 30 minutos tal vez. Y voy a tener días como los martes y los jueves para hacer en vivos con ustedes y contestar sus preguntas de los videos que estoy subiendo. Porque de repente subo ideas grandes, las dejo todas, no expando dentro de lo mismo y se pierde muchísimo de lo que me gustaría que vieran. Y es lo que quiero compartir. Cosas interesantes, cosas divertidas. Y ya, es básicamente todo lo que les quería decir el día de hoy. Disfruten mucho su día, los quiero mucho, cabrones, y una que otra cabrona que ande por aquí, pórtense bien. Nos vemos en la próxima y gracias por acompañarme en este casino del tío Salo. ¿Saben qué? Me pude haber quitado los audífonos. Me puedo haber quitado los audífonos antes, pero no lo hice. Y ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver cómo se mueve Bitcoin. Vamos a tener todo pendiente. Todo continúa tal cual. Y les digo, les tengo una buena historia que contarles, así que se las voy a subir al rato por acá y pues a darle, cabrones. Pórtense bien y gracias por todo, como siempre. Hasta la vista, baby.